You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast number 68 with PSacz. PSacz, how you doing, King?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to be on the cast.
I'm excited to have you on the cast. I think we've got a lot to talk about, and it's going to be a lot of fun, I think. So, yeah, thank you for gladly accepting my invitation to be on it. It always is a little awkward, by the way, because as many of you know, I have a big ass list of names that I want to get on, but I only do one cast a week. Sometimes not even one cast a week. So it's always awkward because I know I want to get people on, but I always I almost mentally plan for somebody to come on months later. And so if it's ever brought up, I'm like, pause. You just type a pause champ in the chat when people ask about it. You're like, I'd love to get you on, but I don't want to raise your hopes up too much, and because then they almost think they're going to be on next week or something. Anyway, so the reason I even said that is because I've planned to have you on even since the end of last year, but you know what happens. Anyway, PSacz, it's good to have you. A lot of people listening actually probably don't know who you are, so if you'd like to briefly introduce yourself, that'd be awesome.
I'm PSacz. I am a Twitch streamer. I play an Ironman. That's pretty much, I would say, in the end game now. Working on getting my Inferno Cape. I hope to have that within the next week or so. Then from there, it's just working on completionist goals.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think it's rare. I think it's rare as of right now, but I think it's actually going to become more common, this idea of playing on one account, sort of. And I'm biased toward it because I think RuneScape was always meant for one account to just go really far, kind of like an endless journey. And so it's cool to see other Ironmen that aren't just constantly on that remake train, oh, time to remake, or time to make a Snowflake account. It's cool to see somebody dedicated to one account. So
Yeah, I think with hardcores, it kind of depends on how far people get into them, because sometimes you just see people get stuck in several early hardcores where they're just killing thousands of barrows with Ivan's blast for no reason, when just for content, because they don't have anything else to do, because they never learned how to do other content, and there's always that fear, oh, I'm gonna learn this and die learning it.
yeah.
Which
Yeah.
So I think if I ever wanted to do an iron a hardcore, I would definitely, it'd be when I was really complete with this account, and not especially just not where the fear of dying really wasn't there, where I already know how to do everything to the best of its ability.
Yeah, that is definitely a fear. That's honestly, so this account that I'm playing on right now was a hardcore, and when it died, I got a little burnt, not gonna lie, for 2 weeks. I just didn't want to do anything on the game. This is very, very long ago, where I wasn't super passionate about the game at that point quite yet. But yeah, if I had remade an account because of the addiction to the red helmet on my screen, it would have just ended up being a detriment to me, because I would have never learned anything, and I would have probably just skilled my entire life. And yeah, it would have, and not even efficient skill. It would have just been me with the worst things. I probably wouldn't even have a dragon pickaxe. I'd do all my mining through rune pick. It's just the fear and being scared of learning new content, and the fact that you only have one life when you know nothing else about the game. It's not optimal. So yeah, continuing as a normal Ironman was just awesome for me.
Then was this so I know you originally had a hardcore, you've had a hardcore at one point that unfortunately met the hammer of Jagex.
Yeah,
So
what
was
the
that
fuck?
was that before or after the creation of this Iron Man that you play now?
So I made a hardcore that was top 40 overall, and then I auto-clicked Alex. I didn't even auto-click him. The robot did, and then I got banned for it. So the robot needs payback. But yeah, so yeah, big mistake. I definitely learned from that mistake. It was an awful experience. I'm sure that a large, maybe not majority of my audience, but a large portion of my audience has dealt with shitty customer support through Jagex, where it's like if you are banned or wrongfully banned or rightfully banned, there's just no way to really appeal your case or do anything. And there are false bans all the time. So anyway, I didn't abuse the false ban thing. I knew what I did was wrong. I felt bad because I got a perm where like there was a guy in Foe's stream a couple weeks before I was banned named Iraqi, and he literally was caught getting 99 thieving through a bot on stream, like on his stream, and everyone mass reported him, and he got a 2-week, and he still kept his 99 thieving and everything. It's just like I don't know, like I auto clicked for one night and I got a perm. So in the moment I was salty as fuck, but I knew there was no actual remorse I'd get from anybody. I mean, I clearly cheated. It's just the punishment I felt was a bit too harsh. So whenever anybody says, and I'll answer your question in a second, I'm taking a detour, but when people say like, oh, this is a 2-day ban, or this thing, if you do this thing, it's a 2-week ban, or this thing, whatever, it's not true, and don't listen to that shit, because I literally had a friend tell me, yeah, auto-click your Alex, man. I've auto-clicked on 4 accounts that I got to 99. It's easy. You'll never get caught. And then I literally got caught. So anyway, that's just a little PSA. But so after this account, or after my previous account got banned, which by the way got unbanned, there's a video on it, I took a break. I was pretty depressed because, at the time that account had like 1,200 hours, and 1,200 to me at that point was a lot. And now looking back, it's like, that was weak. But yeah, so I burnt out for like 3 weeks or so, and then I made this one, which was a hardcore. And then this one died a few months in, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to play this as a normal Ironman. Yep, so that's pretty much the story.
Do you remember where you died on this one?
Yeah, in the catacombs. I was one tick flicking 3 black demons, and I DC'd. I can say I DC'd all the time. People don't believe me, but I DC'd.
Yeah, I started out on like this account as a hardcore as well. I always wanted to do like, I didn't ever want to like skip content, so I did the like 99 winter Todd route.
Yep.
This account is a few years old now, and then I like did questing and stuff. Then I like was flinching on the Shadow of the Storm boss because I was following the Oziak guide, and he always has you do like things like as pretty much as soon as you do it, and like as pretty much low combat as possible. And I was flinching it.
Wait, did you just say the Oziak guide?
Oh no! I meant Osiris.
I was like, dude, who is that? The same word. Literally took his name from the game. All right, continue.
Osiris. So flinching the Shadow of the Storm boss, which is like the demon in the desert. Then just like died there. So I quit playing it. I think I went back to playing my main. Then in the works, I had like another hardcore coming, and this one I only wanted to do 90 fire making. And I was like, I heard from Fo, he's like, yeah, get 43 prayer right away. And so I went to the catacombs right after getting 90 fire making, and I was long casting giants in the catacombs. And on the west side, as you walk in, there's like giants there. Then there's wandering pickaxes. I forget what they're called, but they're like alive pickaxes, and I was killing the giants, and then this pickaxe snuck up on me and like this 2-shot me because I didn't realize I was taking damage. And there's just some dumb clip. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just died after spending all that time at Winter Todd.
Are you the only person to have died to a pickaxe?
I might be. I was literally, I think, like maybe 14 HP or something.
Did you see that clip? Who was the guy that got 99 Winter Todd and then went out in the desert on a magic carpet and just insta died when he jumped off?
I think there was a bunch. I remember because I came into RuneScape like a couple months before the Theater of Blood release, which I think was like 2018, maybe 2017.
Yeah, it was
And I remember
2018.
just seeing like just like videos on YouTube of just hardcores dying, and that was definitely like one of them where he just got destroyed by desert heat. And I think that stuff is just always so funny, especially when like hardcore was new, because hardcore came out I think like quite like a ways after like Iron Man and all that came out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And just like all like the little things that people forget about that they can die to when their account's like just basically nothing.
Yeah. It's interesting because yeah, when hardcore came out, who the hell ever kept track of like how many times you would die on a main account? I mean, I when hardcore came out, I was like, oh, I can't even recall a time I've died on my current main account. This will be easy as fuck, you know? And to be fair, it was easy. I mean, I ended up getting banned before I ever died. It's the account's still alive technically, so maybe it was just too easy for the Sae Baes. But um, yeah, it is a very interesting thing where as soon as you do have one life, you start playing super paranoid. But this game, like most of the content, you're not going to die at. It reminds me of an example of like being on a balance beam. When the balance beam's on the ground, you could literally just zoom past it. But if it was like, I don't know, 12 feet up in the air, you'd be like paranoid as fuck about like misstepping or something. Even though you did it perfectly easily when it was on the ground.
Yeah, because there's like, I mean, there's no danger when you're like as a like a iron or main account now. I mean, that was even before like death mechanics. I mean, so death mechanics and like paying like 100 to like 250K for death is it sucks a little bit, but it's more like it's just like it's whatever. Maybe just like a little more time to get your
Yeah.
God Wars KC, then no big deal. But
I've brought this up to other guests, but I'm going to just ask you because I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this idea, and people have probably heard it if you've listened to other casts, but what do you think about a hardcore main mode? So you have no restrictions. You're just as, non-restricted as a main account, but you only have one life.
I think that would be really appealing now that there's like boss high scores and like combat achievements. But before having like boss high scores out there, I don't think they're because I think like the real appeal of hardcore is pretty much just like a flex to other people. Like
Yeah.
I think if you're the only one playing the game, it'd be like no one would care, but just like to compare yourself to like other hardcores and how much you can accomplish and how much somebody else hasn't accomplished, I think would be I think now that there's high scores where you can like actually track that, I think that would be really like cool. But I think also sometimes like you could just, I mean, you could have an account that just basically does nothing and have that hardcore main. But like with Iron Man, you like if you like what drove me to Iron Man in general is like if I want that gear, even though maybe I don't want to do Arma because you have to catch chins, and this was before Bofa, but like I have to go do Arma, and I think that's what like drove me to Iron Man,
Yeah.
because you have to do the content. There's no like there's no like skip. I mean, there's like some skips that people do this day, like that like drive me up like skipping like Trident because they just go to Theater of Blood until they get like a Sang and stuff, and so it's like that kind of play style normally like drives me crazy when people do that because then they always complain like, oh, I don't have this gear or I don't have all this alks from Slayer or the
Yeah.
herbs, and or
There
they
I
won't
mean,
have a cult necklace like the most OP upgrade ever.
there is a problem, and I try just to like let them do what they want to do. That's fine. I'm not gonna try to like force somebody to play in a different way. But Theater of Blood's loot mechanics were just fucked up. I mean, from the start, and they still are today, and there's been no fix to it. The fact that you just have to sit in a room and do a little bit of damage and just not die, and you get the same weighting as like you could literally just be in a room at level 40 combat, swipe with your like Addy dagger a couple times against the monster as long as you do a little bit of damage. I don't know what the damage threshold is or whatever that you need to do, but that looting system is just fucked up. I think the only fair system, which also has its own problems because of potential boosting and stuff, but the best way to have rewards is based off of damage dealt. That's just the most fair. And so Theater of Blood didn't do that, which just almost encouraged very, very, very low combat accounts. Just go in there and pull a few purples pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I know there's so many accounts that have gone in there with like dragon scimitars and Ivan's blast and just basically got their way through until they have like literally scythe rapier sang and then play the rest of the game, which I think like I don't know. It's I think it's cool because it's like a different like meta or different change, but then I think like those are often the people that like end up getting like burnt out of the game because they only see like, oh, I completed Todd, what else is there to do? Then it's like, well, there's like 50 other bosses out there, other things to do in the game. But I guess it's what more like what people value on what's like fun versus what's completion. And I just see it more like as a completion. I never would want to like skip anything. Like for me, every time, even if it's like something stupid like an ancient coif, if I get it on the collection log, it's a collection log spot. It's like hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, what do you think about collection log? Was that like the most brilliant thing to ever add in this game?
I think it makes shit clues, but also I have uniques in them, not so bad. Like, yeah, I just pulled 14K, but it had some like random like collection log slots. So it's like,
Yeah,
hell yeah, this
it
is
was worth
drip.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, when it first came out, okay, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole of like the whole we need to be able to use items on our collection log to fill it out for those Iron Men that are ancient and got things before. I'm not going to go down that. But I will say when the collection log first came out, I was not entirely convinced that I would ever go for it because there was just so many items I already had that weren't on it, and so it just bothered me. But now that years have gone by, and now that it has its own pop-ups and it's on your little page, like your account details page, little icon thingy, it just makes you want to go for it subconsciously, you know? Because you see all the numbers like, ooh, quests, achievements, combat tasks, collection log. You got to do it, you know? So,
Yeah, number going up always feels like really good, especially then they have like how many you have left out of like the 1,393 slots now, and it's like, okay, there's stuff to do, and I think that's what I always like grab content from is eventually doing collection log.
yeah, it's cool. I just think it's awesome. And you know what's really crazy is I don't know if you know Basiligus or Domos. You probably
I
heard Domos.
I know Doma. I know Domas's name at least.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
so he's Basiligus. He's rank 1 clogger in the game. And he's at 1319 right now.
Holy. So that's like basically just like the mega rare like third age gilded probably
Yeah,
left
he's
and
he's
then
he's missing like almost all third age, Jar of Darkness, and just some other random things that just take super fucking long. But it's mainly just clue stuff at this point. Like he's completed all mini games. Pretty sure he's completed. Oh, I think he's missing like one dusk piece or something as well. But it is nuts, and he's like 100 ahead of second place. I mean, it's a crazy lead. But in the long term, it's not crazy at all because he still has so many mega rares to get. I was browsing the collection log .net. I want to say do not search that. I don't know there's probably some phishing links. Don't click that. But there's like a site like that's like unofficial and it shows people's high scores and it was cool to see. But when you look at the top 10 people, I mean, nearly none of them have any third age pieces. It's all just kind of the easy stuff gotten out of the way. All the mini games. Well, I don't know. It's subjective to say easy stuff, but a lot of people just have 0 third age and 0 gilded or just a couple pieces of gilded maybe. But then you got like Marnie and you got Hey Jace that have like fucking 10 pieces of third age, which is absolutely crazy. Yeah, anyway. It's a long-term game and I think the coolest thing about collection log is I don't think it'll ever be completed ever. So it's just this endless race that will never be finished. I don't know. There's something kind of appealing about that in a way.
yeah, especially like I mean new items get added. Though they used to be added more often than they do, but now there's more now that like we're past like the COVID slump in game development and there's always new stuff. I mean, how many there's so many log slots just added from Guardians of the Rift.
Yep. Yeah, it's just cool. What would you think? I brought this up, just food for thought. I'm definitely not advocating for this, but what would you think if skills had zero cap for XP? So 200 mil all was not even a thing. It was just from the creation of old school, you could get as much XP as you ever wanted in any skill ever. I
I
don't know
mean,
why I laugh at that.
I,
Just silly.
it's like, I mean, I personally don't really like. I mean, yeah, go for it. I mean, it's just the people I think going for like 200 mil and stuff, like actively, not just like PVM like 200 mils or like just like combat set 200 mil. I think would like care, but I don't know. It just depends on like why they play the game. Do they just play it to like finish that, then that's it, or
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with it. I think.
No, there would be a huge problem with it, but I mean, that would be the people that do compete for 200 mil because people love a long-term game that does end at some point, and a lot of people did play. I mean, back in when old school was first released, the game was about flexing your skills and your XP. There was no
Mhm.
boss high scores, no clue high scores. There like was nothing else to really flex except for the skills, which honestly, I can't say I actually miss it, but it does bring me a lot of like nostalgia to think about, flexing your first skill cape and I don't know, being able to like type level this and shows your XP like wow, and that was like just the extent of flexing for this game. And now there's just so much more to flex. I'm excited.
Yeah,
Yeah.
comes down to like why you like play the game. I don't know. With like I think with them and like the 200 mil, it's for that like perma rank, which is I mean really cool. So I think that'd be the only problem with like extra 200 mil skills is there would be no longer your set perma rank or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's just wild to think about anyways. I mean,
What do you think about a new skill?
a new skill, I think I like very down for it. Just to like depending on what it is, as long as it still feels old school. But I mean, like sailing and barding. I think is a little like, it fits the niche of it, but it just seems like odd for a skill. Like I like everything, like the concept of barding and like the different bards and kind of like the boosts and like different niches you can do with it. I like that. I think that's cool, but I don't know how much it fits into like a skill.
Hmm.
I think stuff like sailing or like it's basically I never so to preface like RS3 stuff, I quit playing as a kid around like the start of summoning. Is like no RuneScape was no longer cool, so then I just quit playing RuneScape. I still have my like RuneScape 3 account, so that's kind of cool, but so I don't know exactly like how far like the game went. So something like summoning, um I don't know. I used to be like really against it because I remember hating the way you train summoning as a kid, but then I mean the game's so different now and the amount of progress you have now that I know how to play and like play things efficiently are so different than back then. Because I remember just like back then I used to kill tortoises at the gnome stronghold because they dropped a tortoise shell and it was worth like I don't know however much it was worth it for me to kill because I just think it's used for summoning, but things are so different now with that. But I think stuff like dungeoneering would be cool with like summoning, um, or with sailing. I like something that's like procedurally generated, but there's not so much of a meta, but it's not like bad to do. There's just I just don't want things to feel bad to do. And I
Yeah.
think that's the worst part about like new things. You don't want it to feel bad to do, and I don't want it to feel natural. But then so we talked about alking earlier and just like so I'd like an Ironman, there's like so much stuff to alk or like especially I would say like on it like Onyx Bolts Ease, like you just acquire so many of them where I think like having some sort of like alking machine or even if it like costs more or like whatever I think would be nice or like just like machines like that like plank making machines, stuff that like kind of suck to do, but then could be like more like passive things. It could take so much longer, but it's passive and you could set it up and train it. I think would be like cool. I think I forget what it is called, and I think they had that in RS3. Is like where you break down stuff into other components.
Yeah.
But
What? Uh. Shit. What's that? Oh, invention. Right.
invention, yeah, stuff like invention. I think that would kind of fit well into ours and runes old school RuneScape in like certain capacities on what things are needed or could just like if you could just stick kind of like qual things in there and just not make it too bad to train. And I know you get into like all the 200 millers and like the efficiency with that, but I think like for my own benefit, I think would be super nice having stuff like that because I don't know, I don't want to alk a bunch. I know I can do alk agility, but
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
not ever like the most fun.
That's interesting. I actually like years and years ago, probably 6 years ago, maybe 5. I actually put up a Reddit post talking about a multi-alk spell that would alk 5 things at once, but it would still give you the same XP, but it would still cost 5 nature runes and 25 fires. Um, that is, I don't know. That's sometimes not like that would be really fantastic if you just want to clear out your bank of a bunch of alks. But I was also just thinking when you mentioned that some sort of like alk machine, I was just wondering like, what if there was, yeah, some sort of alk machine you could put in your POH and you can pay your butler a small fee and you can just shove like a bulk thing in there and it just does it passively, but like you don't get any mage XP and you probably reduce profits because you got to pay your butler. Like, I don't know exactly what you're trying to get at. Where do you just want the gold from it or do you want the XP from the alks? And you just want to get it done faster because I don't know. Sometimes I think like there's potential for little things like that, little passive things you just chuck in there and it'll just do it for you, kind of
Oh
like
yeah,
farming.
I definitely just want like the GP.
Okay,
I
yeah.
don't care about especially mage XP in the game. Like it's
Hmm.
very easy to get a lot of mage XP through various different methods. But no, I wouldn't care at all about the XP. It could be so slow too. But like as long as I'm not sitting there
Clicking
alking,
every individual one.
yeah, that's fine. Like it
Yeah.
could be so slow, but I mean over time it like adds up. It's kind of like I guess how like Kingdom is, like Kingdom Miscellaneous is like pretty slow for supplies, but like over time it adds up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always thought about kind of that multi-alk sort of skill or spell. And it could just be, I mean, we have low alk at level 21, high alk at level 55. We could just have like a multi alk spell at like level 90 or something pretty high that would only be used. Okay, so first of all, there was a argument against this, and I think it's partly to do with just the economy. Like if you're alking too many items, there's too much gold in the game, and it would cause inflation or something like that. I don't know the full thing. I play as an Ironman, so I always just feel a little ignorant when it comes to the main game, how it'll affect the economy and stuff. But I really do think some sort of multi-alk spell would be really beneficial and really nice, at least for Ironman. Just being able to clear out stacks, I don't know, 5 times as fast. But you would lose XP from it, you know?
Yeah, where it's like I guess like not like technically efficient to do, but it's more like convenient to
Yep.
do. Like I don't know, getting 50k every Onyx Bolt E Galc would be would be amazing and get 5 of
Yeah.
them cleared out.
I'm literally alking at Onyx Bolts right now on top of Artie. Anyway. Yeah, there's always ideas. I just want to say I love ideation. I love it when people have their own little ideas for the game. I just love hearing it because I have my own ideas that I always just have, and it's cool to hear from other people because one person can't just think of everything. And I don't know. It's cool to pick people's brains that are passionate about the game.
Yeah, I think like with any like new content for me, it's like it's got to feel good to do regardless of what the rewards are. And I think that's like for like I guess next for example, I think the rewards are good, but like next to me doesn't feel good to do at all. I don't enjoy doing next at all. And I was wondering what your opinion is I guess like with new content and like next specifically, how you feel about next.
So next felt like, dude, I was getting depressed day one. You know, when you're just so fucking excited for a new piece of content, and then you just start seeing it just turn to shit. Like everyone was ranging next in 80-man masses with full ancestral. Like it
Yeah.
was not a good sight. It was like, oh god, they fucked up. Like this is bad. And then you just let things kind of settle down and add instances, get some metas defined. And honestly, I actually enjoy Nex. Now, I do it in a way where I only do 4-mans. I know the 3 people that are with me. We've done Nex before, and we kind of know what we're doing. We know our positions, and we do 1 kill trips. Like, so we'll build up KC, go in, do 1 kill trip, dip, reset, go. And it feels good because you get to do those range and melee switches, which I really feel like are pretty engaging for the fight. Now, Nex, part of the reason why Nex feels like dog shit is because you're relying on ruby bolts, and it fucking sucks. Like, it's great dopamine rush when you get that ruby, but when you're not getting it, it's just like, dude, holy fuck. And so that's why I really enjoy the rapier meta. A lot of people that hate Nex, I feel like, do the range only methods because it's just inevitably easier. It's the same way I look at Zulrah. As soon as I got a T-bow, it was range only, and I actually started hating Zulrah more. I was like, this fucking sucks. I'm just sitting here shooting it with a bow, no switches, basically. And, you know, but you still do it because you just feel like you need to just, I don't know, like you need to take advantage of having your T-bow. And so you lose the fun, and, you know, there's metas defined. I think duos are the meta, or maybe 6-mans are the meta at Nex. But that is just range only, and that's fucking awful, in my opinion. That I just think that's boring as hell. So I can see where Nex does feel bad, but I've enjoyed Nex. Now, I have my own selfishness. I hate finding teams. I hate doing team content long term. Doing something for 400 to 500 hours that's the exact same fight that relies on teams is like this is going to be
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah, because there's always somebody that has to go dinner or take their dog out or take a piss, and it's just like
Yeah,
I just want to sit there and game for 10 hours straight or whatever
I
and
know.
not have to deal with all like the human bodily functions.
The, like the worst thing, I'll just add this as well, is I you know, we are playing an MMORPG. We should have team content. And you know, we shouldn't make everything solo, but like it's just, I don't know. Solo content is just so nice. You do it whenever you want. It feels better. But you know what they could have done to Nex to make it feel better? So just to put into perspective, TOB, I'm not sure the exact average amount of hours it takes, but I'm pretty sure getting a scythe is only 250 hours. And generally, by the time you hit drop rate for scythe, you probably got almost everything else. Maybe you're missing a couple things. But you probably have pretty much completed the boss by 300 hours. And there's so much to it. Like, there's different rooms. Everything's a little different. And I don't know. It just feels better. But then you got Nex, which is just one fight. And you do it for maybe twice as long, you know? It's the same kind of issue Nightmare had. So there is a really cool way. Okay, let me say this. What if Nex, instead of 400 hours efficiently, by the way, when I say 400 hours, it's going to take me like 600 or 700 hours on rate because I just do things slower, but I enjoy it more. But let's just say 400 hours. Let's say if Nex, they changed it so Nex was completed in 200 hours. Like half the time. Would that make it feel better? Or would that not help the problem? Or would that actually just be a
I
detriment?
like for me, like I think getting rewards is great, but like the problem that I have with like Nex is like the unavoidable damage that you just like constantly take, where it's like it's kind of like how like Chambers feels a little bit, where you just take damage, you drink your brew, yada yada yada, pop back up, and then this like kind of repeat that process, which
Mm-hmm.
is what like makes me like feel bad with Nex. And I know that it's like it's a God Wars dungeon boss, so that's kind of in the traditional methods of doing God Wars, you do take just like a lot of damage unless you're like a flicking god. But I think what really got me with Nex is I felt like day one, like yeah, it was cheese and easy, but it was masses. So, and I think they made way too quick of a snap decision on the balancing it, and I felt like the where they like balance they made it balance around masses, which made that way too like destroying when you're in like your smaller teams. And I think that's what made like Next feel bad to me. Not so much like the rewards and the time to complete it, because at the end of the day I like playing the game regardless if I'm going like dry or like getting items. I mean, getting items feels great, but I still like to play the game. So I think that's where like I don't where Next isn't as fun, is because you're just taking so much unavoidable damage, and sometimes like you literally just get lawn mowed by Nex and it's not fun.
Yeah. Now, there is something to say about that. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. I love Fasani's to death. I think it's a fantastic boss, but I also am okay with bosses where you need supplies and you need to eat food and shit like that. Now, it depends if you're doing range only Nex or you're doing the rapier swapping. When I'm doing rapier swapping and I'm meleeing Nex, I mean, Nex has, I think it's a 50-50 shot of either maging you or meleeing you. And so you're only able to pray one thing. And so if she just does the other attack, you can get hit like a 30, even though you're trying to do everything right. That is what I feel. That feels pretty bad, generally speaking. So it would be kind of cool if, maybe there was like a 1 or 2 tick window where you can actually see maybe a slight little animation that Nex does, where you can almost see that, okay, her next attack's going to be melee or her next attack's going to be mage. So if you're on the ball, you can actually avoid a lot more damage. Now, who knows what that'll do to the meta and everything like that, but I don't know. It sort of feels like Zammy as well, where Zammy's great and all. Again, let me just preface this by saying Zammy with Arclight. I'm not talking about a Tebow or a Bofa method. I'm just saying like the normal flicking. I love flicking Zammy. I love flicking Bandos. But with Zammy, I mean, it doesn't feel good sometimes because you can get 4 of those enraged mechanics or whatever he does, where he just hits you a fucking 45. Yeah, he can do it 4 times in a kill, 5 times if your kill's just super slow. And that feels bad. So I don't know. Like, and the other thing I want to ask, and I'll ask my the audience listening right now, is that bad to take away? Like, should a boss have just this big fucking attack that's unavoidable that you just gotta eat, and that just makes the boss what the boss is? I don't know.
I think it just kind of like depends on how you're going about it, because like with Zammy it's like it's so low, like it's on you. It should feel, I guess, kind of tough in that sense, because I mean I didn't like melee Zammy, and like yeah, I didn't mind that never like felt too bad for me. That just kind of felt like how it is, like it's just an OG boss. But with Nex and having to get teams, and it's not so much like the supply use that bothers me. I have like plenty of supplies. I always do my farm runs, etc. But I think it's just like in the fight when you're just like always like constantly getting destroyed and not being able to do anything or like too much about it. And I think having that indicator would, or like would make, well, I think would like push the ceiling, like the skill ceiling, like a little higher with that. Because what I think like now that's kind of great about God Wars Dungeon is there's so many different ways to do things, and kind of like the skill level in which you need to do things. It can increase, could be like, I mean, really easy where you just go phase tank, pray one thing, and that's how you do it, versus like completely flicking things. And I mean, you start sneaking like the range, like cheese method in there, which I think those are like pretty interesting, and they have like their own skill set. But I think that's what I kind of like about them is there's different ways to go about it, and they all feel different and good in their own ways. But with like Nex, I mean, you have like your melee and range, but otherwise it's I mean they're pretty much the same fight either way. It's just one you're doing range damage and one you're doing melee damage for the most part.
Yeah. I think the drop rate, I don't know. I'm glad, by the way, they changed it back to 1 in 43 instead of 1 in 53. That was awful. That was
Yeah.
such a miserable change. I'm like, come on, don't do this to us. But they changed it back. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, they could literally make it a 1 in 33, and that. I mean, let's not go down that road. People are gonna freak out. They're like, my economy, my prices. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like it's gonna take forever to get something. But that's kind of the route that OSRS has been taking lately, which is really funny because if you hop on Reddit, they're like, man, like Jagex should like be discouraging playing for long hours and putting too much time into this game, just the average Redditor. And then you see like what the game devs are actually doing, and it's like the complete opposite. Like, let's just do one boss fight that takes 500 plus hours to complete, just I don't know. But I don't know. I'm kind of going down the road of like, what's a good time frame to complete a boss nowadays? I mean, is 500 hours the gold standard that we should always have? I mean, normal Bandos, if you're thinking of Bandos, you can complete everything on Bandos drop table except for the pet, and I think 40 hours, like efficiently. If you're doing the BOFA method and everything, you could easily get every single thing on rate within like 40 hours. But then you got the pet, which takes a long ass time. And that's kind of what I really enjoy about bosses is it doesn't take a terrible amount of time to get everything you kind of need. But then if you want to continue for the pet, then you got to invest a lot more time. And then we have like Nightmare. I mean, look at Fasani's. The pet's what, 1 in 1,200 or something like that? And then there's items that are like 1 in 2,000. I don't know what the orbs are. It's like 2,700 or something like that. Something crazy, but like that's such a weird thing to have, to like basically guarantee having multiple pets before you even complete all the items. That's just strange to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I do like always like having like a pet to grind out and like do a boss again. I mean, I really loved both of Bandos. That was really fun. It was like a pain learning at first, but like once you got it, it's like it's really fun, and like always trying to extend like long trips was always fun. I think like the max I ever got was like a 70 kill trip, which was like
Damn.
great compared to like the 2 to 6
0 to
kill.
2. Yeah, 0.
Yeah, on previous Bandos, but I
Yeah.
don't know. Like I guess the hours to finish a boss, I never really like consider too much because I always assume I'm gonna get like screwed on RNG, which happens pretty often. Um, I guess I always think of like drop rates, but then I guess I haven't really thought about things on like a really high level on like, okay, what's the expected time to finish something?
You're thinking about more of the feeling of the boss rather than the actual numbers and stuff.
Yeah, because I like at the end of the day again, I really like to just I like to play the game
Yep.
rather than like I mean the rewards are nice, but like as long as the game feels good to play, that's where like I like don't mind. And if the game feels so good that like I'm not like worried about like drop rates, it's great because I think that's was one thing that was really fun about both of Bandos. I don't know, I really just enjoyed doing the method where I really didn't care too much well if I was getting an item or not. It was just like always trying to like push for longer and longer trips was what made it really fun for me.
Yeah. Have you ever had a piece of content where you don't want to get the drop because you're enjoying it so much? Like you want to go dry.
Um, I think that's how I was like a little bit at Bandos, honestly. Like both of Bandos just felt like really fun and really good to do. And honestly, the white loot or whatever was always pretty good there too. Like the Snapdragon seeds were always cracked. And if I'm always like building up my like resources on the side of going for an actual item, I think that feels really good. Um, let's see any other ones. I
I
think
Yeah, go
there's
for
a
it.
lot of bosses as long as it's like I think with when I went dry at Hydra, people always said, "Oh, at least you get like bones and GP," and I was like, "Well, yeah, like you're not wrong. Like the bones and GP are great. The boss is like, eh, but I mean." at least like there's like some other secondary benefits, and I think that was like that's where it felt okay to do.
You went how dry? Like 3,300 or something for your claw?
3,214 for my
Jesus
Hydra's
Christ.
Claw.
And the thing is,
And
it's
I
not even the worst you've ever seen, but it's still so
no,
bad. Like,
yeah, I did all of that with a Vernic, a Rapier, and Proselyte. I did
oh
all
God.
those kills were melee with a Rapier because I happened to do like some random tops. I got like a Vernic 9 KC, then I got my Rapier 24 KC, and I was like, all right,
Jesus.
well, my whole goal of like my count was to rush Hydra because I was like, I'm just had my block list set up most efficiently for Hydra, and I wasn't gonna like waste point unblocking things or reblocking things. I wanted to get to like Hydra and get all that done, then go back through and do all the other bosses, which I ended up doing. But I never expected to go so dry at Hydra, where I was like, I don't like I didn't like the game for a bit. Hydra turned me into an angry person for a bit.
Yeah, that'll do that. That's what Nightmare did to me. I was just like unhappy. Even in like when I was logged out of the game, I was unhappy because I knew like my leisure, the game I love, I have to go kill Nightmare because I just made it my fucking personality basically. It was pretty bad. Okay, speaking of those things though where you want to go dry, I've done I don't know, probably like 40, maybe like 30 or 40 Hallowed Sepulchre completions in the past few days. And I just stopped just for like those watching on YouTube. I know those that are listening can't see this, but I'm going to show you Hallowed Sepulchre. I just got all the mysterious pages, got my lockpick, already got the ring. I spooned that shit at like 14 KC. But I'm missing the Dark Acorn and the Dark Die and the Squirrel Pet now. And I'm really fucking excited for the Clue Scroll update from it. And I'm not going to lie, when I was doing those 30 or 40 runs, I was getting scared that I might spoon the pet. Like, that is when you know you really love a piece of content, or like you don't want a reason to leave because you're just enjoying it so much. And that's one of those pieces of content. You're not 92. Wait, is it 92 or 93 agility? You can start doing level or floor 5.
I think it's 92. Let me look.
It is.
But I have done some Sepulcher, and Sepulcher is fun. There's only like through one floor 1 through 4. The only one obstacle I really hated was the last obstacle on floor 3. Always like drove me nuts, and it took me like forever to get that one down. It's like the arrows going, it's shooting an
Oh, going your
arrow
way.
with you, yeah,
Yeah.
and like having to like look at the arrow while moving, like having the camera in the opposite direction while moving, that like drove me nuts. Where I know on like level 5, it's like the opposite way where the arrow
Yeah.
kind of like comes towards you and you move towards the arrow. And I thought that made always way more sense than the like last obstacle and like that always drove me nuts. I found that ridiculously hard for no reason. But other
Yeah.
than that, I like Sepulcher. I think that was the only thing that like held me back. And
It
it is 92 agility for floor 5.
Okay. It is funny you mentioned that because I also struggled with that, but now that is like the easiest obstacle. I mean, it's literally 2 clicks. You just go down, run to the halfway point, and then if you. Okay, there's people that are advocating for Sepulchre instances. I'm totally cool with that. It doesn't need to happen, but I know people are going for like 200 mil and they just want it to be as nice and smooth as possible. I'm totally okay with that. But yeah, if you are on a floor that was generated with you, I mean, yeah, floor 3, that little part right there is very, very simple. And it makes it like, I don't know if you ever watched Ari Slash on day 1 of Sepulchre. He was just molding because he couldn't get past floor 4, that like big ass stretch of, I don't know, that final stretch sort of. And he just couldn't get past it. He's just like, fuck. But then as soon as you just do a few runs, you know, you get the hang of it, it becomes super nice and fair and just fun. I don't know. There,
And I feel that's how like
yeah.
a lot of things are in RuneScape. It's as like when you first start doing everything, like it's super frustrating, but then like once it's like that muscle memories like build up, everything like becomes rapidly easier.
Yep. Also, let me just say, first of all, Mod Husky is an absolute beast for creating that masterpiece. I mean, Hallowed Sepulchre is beyond what I ever even envisioned Hallowed Sepulchre being. When they were like teasing it, you know, some new agility thing, I was like, okay, they're saying high intensity. This shit's gonna be like arty with like an arrow shooting at you or something. I don't know. I didn't think much of it, but it's so nice because there's no there throughout it. There's not really any spot besides like looting and just getting to the next floor where you have to click an obstacle and watch your guy for like 4 ticks do the animation of the obstacle. It's just running, and I fucking love it because it feels free flowing. Like let's go fucking fast, you know. Let's not have any little obstacles I need to click, slow my guy down. It's like you kind of lose that what's it called? Just that pacing, that like high intensity. Just I think of raids, like Raids 1. First of all, I'll just preface, Raids 1 was meant to be a skilling / PVM thing. It was trying to be like a dungeoneering clone, I believe. So it makes sense that there's skilling involved and other things. But damn, thieving and ice demon back in the day, just you're on a roll, you know, you're going through the rooms, you're having fun, and then all of a sudden you're stuck at fucking thieving for like 5 minutes. You're like, Jesus Christ. Just threw off my groove, you know. You don't really have that with Sepulchre, and I think going back to what you said about just having things feel good, yeah, Sepulchre feels good. I like it.
Yeah, I really like the design of Sepulchre. I mean, when you think of like agility and stuff like that, like that's more what like I think somebody outside the game would kind of imagine what agility would be, not just like clicking or in a circle, practically like it was with rooftops. Like it kind of reminds me like of those like Ninja Warrior courses where people like slide in and like moving around. It's like I feel like it's like that kind of same concept, but
Yeah.
with like mouse clicks and not where it's like so much of you click something and it does an animation. You're doing that dip diving and dodging,
Yep.
dodging those arrows.
I want more Sepulchre stuff. Like I want it. I'm gonna bring it up again. People are gonna hate me, but I really want. Did you ever watch the cartoon Aladdin as a kid?
Yeah.
Where you go in the cave of one, or where Aladdin went in the cave of wonders, and he had to, you know, the cave's collapsing as soon as he like grabs the lamp and everything like that. I really want a clone of that in this game. In the desert, there's a little area that looks like the Cave of Wonders, and it is not instanced, or I guess it kind of is, but it's like a group instancing, like, or I guess that's not instance, but it happens every like 5 minutes or something. So everyone goes in at once. You have to wait the time. There'll be a bank chest there. You can do stuff. Everyone goes in at once, and then it's just a fucking like it's basically like instantly floor 5 Sepulchre, and even harder potentially. Of just there's no easy, you know, first little coasting. It's just like instantly hard, and there's a bunch of fucking obstacles. There's rocks falling on you, similar to Volcano, and your objective is to get to the end, grab the lamp, and then escape. And it gets more intense the more time goes on. And the coolest part is there's freedom in it. So there's urns and there's other shit you can loot if you feel like you have time, but you know the cave's going to collapse. So you try to escape. If you escape with the lamp, you get the XP lamp. You get to rub it, you get the XP. And if you don't, you know, maybe you got some loot. But it would be dangerous. It would be a dangerous death. And I think it would be so awesome to see like 50 people starting, running in, and you're just seeing people drop like flies, you know? Just like as soon as you fuck up, you're just dead. I don't know. I think that's just such a cool idea. I just love Sepulchre stuff now. I just love movement in this game. It's so rewarding and it's so like fluid. I don't know.
Yeah, I think movement and like avoiding stuff by moving or praying or like kind of that is like I think like the direction that like content should go in on RuneScape is having like those high level things where it's like movement and you're doing several things at once, and the like more efficiently you can do that, the more you're awarded.
Yep. Totally agree. It's funny because I kind of had this mindset. I don't think I ever really, I don't know, looked at it thoroughly, but I always had this mindset where like, oh, you know, like difficult content has to be click intensive, or but it doesn't. I mean, look at Sepulchre. It's not click intensive at all. It takes intelligence and it takes like muscle memory and stuff. But I mean, there's strips where you're not clicking for like 12 seconds at Sepulchre. I mean, but it still takes the knowledge of like, okay, I'll be fine and I know what I'm doing. And that's just what really is satisfying about Sepulchre. It's not super click intensive.
Yeah, normally when I think of like click intensive, I think of like wrist pain and
Yeah.
arthritis
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like big,
Yeah.
and that's not it at all.
And let me say, so the reason I kind of bring that up is because, yeah, like let's think of 3-tick 4G. You got something that just inevitably will lead to RSI and just like awful, but it's still rewarding. But the fact that it's tick manipulatable and you have to do a bunch of clicks every fucking time isn't the thing that's necessarily making it rewarding. It's the instantness. It's just like, I click this rock, I get it. Boom. Moving on. It's not this thing where like Winter Todd, you fletch your log into kindling or whatever to put in the brazier. And it's like there's a 4-tick fucking delay before anything happens. And if the cold hits you, it removes what you were gonna do. Like that
Yeah.
shit is awful because when you do something, it doesn't happen for a long time. Like it takes time. There's a delay on it. That's the beauty of tick manipulation. It feels great, but that your wrist doesn't feel great. But the just I don't know, like you're in a rhythm. You get the shit when you anticipate getting it. It's just nice. So,
Yeah.
but
And I
yeah,
definitely like support that kind of gameplay. I think like the more you do, like you should be rewarded. But I mean, I'm definitely personally not going to do it. The most like tick manipulation I really get into is like doing chins, and with like the Bofa anymore, I don't even catch chins anymore. That's like completely erased the need to catch chins other than the pet one day. But I definitely like am for people doing those methods. If you want to go to like that lengths to get the extra like resources or XP really. I think that's great. And I think that's again where it's like pushing like what how you can do it and how efficiently you want to do it is like in your hands.
yeah. This is a little bit. This is gonna be controversial. I already know it for a fact. Especially probably toward the HLC, they'll probably be a little butthurt. They don't really like things changing or getting easier. But 3-tick 4G feels good, not on your wrist. So let me just throw out an idea. What if there was an item similar to Celastra Spark that eventually came out? Maybe it's a rare item from some skilling minigame that starts a 3-tick action. So instead of having to click a knife and log, it's just a 1-click and it starts it. So you remove a click, probably does a lot less strain on your wrist. And then one of the other things that's really obnoxious about those methods is having to drop. And again, I'll probably be offending some people by saying, that's part of the skill gap, which it is. But if you wanted something to feel good and you still feel like, I clicked that rock, I got the resource, moving on, it would be awesome if there was maybe a rock bag or something. So when you're doing things, it just instantly goes into your bag. And then when that fills up, there's just a discard all option. Or maybe, dare I say it, what if there was an option in your settings that says drop resources on successful roll of it. So like it never even goes into your inventory. Is that busted? Like, is that OP? Again, I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not saying I'm advocating for it, and I haven't heard any downsides of it. So, but would it be the worst thing ever if you actually it would. I already thought of a downside. It would
I
just become
I
AFK as fuck for
Yeah,
other
I
things.
think the Celestial Spark, I think with like making that easier, but with like it's not as efficient. I think sits in like a good place. We're adding a 3-tick item that did the same thing. I think would take away from everything else. But it's like, what do you do? How do you? And RuneScape's so interesting on how they like do skilling compared to what I've seen like in other MMOs. Other MMOs is kind of like a side thing, while in RuneScape it's really like almost a core part of the game.
Yep.
So I think it like matters more. Where other games just kind of like, I think just you get your like level of whatever you need like extremely quickly, then you can do your content. While I think RuneScape really like sucks you in with that like grind and like being able to do things. I think that's what like some people like really like drives them to the game is being able to. It is such a long like it's a slow burn rather than an instant gratification thing. So I really like how there's that like scalability of how you can do the same content and get extra rewards depending on like what links you want to go.
Yeah.
And as far as like the rock bag thing, or like not even like spawning the rock into your inventory, I don't know. I think that would be okay, I guess. I mean, you're still doing like the cycle of everything else where, and especially with like if you get granite, you're gonna drop it. I mean, there's
Okay,
no other use for it.
what about this? I was just thinking, there's a fish barrel. I don't actually have a fish barrel, do you?
It's cracked. Oh my God. I love the fish barrel. If you don't have a fish barrel, and well, I don't know what
I
your
gotta get one.
Crumbon stack's looking like,
Like
but
4,000. It's like shit.
okay. Yeah. But the Crumbon there for Crumbon fishing, the fishing barrel is amazing.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty much, I mean, I don't know, I don't waste my spirit flakes there, but without spirit flakes, it's about 4 to 5 minutes of straight AFK. Give or
Jesus.
take, maybe like probably at like 99 fishing, you're probably like about like 3 minutes or whatever, but it's still like it's just so nice and it just doubles like what you can do in a trip, so it makes Karambwan fishing like amazing.
Is there an option to discard, like, so if your barrel's filling up with fish, do you have to go to a bank to empty it, or is there a way to just remove all things from it, but they would disappear, I'm assuming? Is there an option for that?
I believe you have to go to the bank.
Okay.
I can
So
check.
what if they had an option? I think what would be actually really cool is, now I'm thinking of it, I mean, they're coming out with Giant's Foundry, which is supposed to be a smithing and mining rework. What if they came out with a rock bag that holds all rocks, so similar to a fishing barrel, which just holds all fish? But then there's a discard all option. So let's just say you're 3-tick forging or whatever mining method you're doing, which hopefully doesn't end up being the meta. I would really love gold ore or something that it's actually benefiting your smithing would be nice. But let's just say none of the metas change. But then your granite goes in this little rock bag, and then you can just right click the rock bag and say discard all when it fills up. So it would be easy scape, of course, because you don't have to drop rocks in between, your 3-tick mining. But I feel like, it is removing a skill gap to it, but it's also just taking it way easier on your wrist, and you still get that nice satisfaction of the 3-tick rhythm without all the bullshit. I don't know. Again, I would love to hear what you guys think about that down in the comments, if you have any thoughts. Okay. Do you have anything to add, or should we move on to some Twitter topics? I'm looking at one.
Um, let's talk. I want to talk about a bit like about like wrist pain and like
Yeah.
stuff like I think a lot of people like will have wrist pain and won't do anything to like mitigate it. Like I think for a long time I rocked a G Pro wireless and I thought it was the greatest mouse ever. It clicks nice or whatever, but it like truly like didn't fit my hand. Like I really needed like a massive mouse. Um so I think like that's some things to do with like wrist pains is like really like optimizing your setup to like suit you and comfort. I think it's like the same like aspect of like getting a nice chair and like having your desk set up like proper heights and like, even like doing stuff like off like while you're not playing like not doing unnatural like movements for your wrist. I think can really help with like wrist pain as well. That like people really ignore like they always look like at the source and not other things to do like to like mitigate wrist pain. Because I
Yeah.
used to have like the horrible like my wrist was like I was like my wrist hurts. I don't want to play because my wrist hurts, and I wasn't even doing anything that crazy. It just was things like didn't fit. It'd be like wearing pants that are like far too small for you for no reason.
Yeah. No, it's true. My dad used I mean, my dad's not a gamer, but he had a laptop and he had this tiny little pocket mouse, you
Yep.
know? And those
Yeah.
things fucked my wrist up so hard. Like I used it for like 10 minutes. I was like, "Jesus Christ, my hand just aches." 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
you're like clicking and your like fingers are like right next to your palm because it's just that tall.
yeah, it's awful. So yeah, mice. I mean, that is the number one thing that would fix wrist pain, and also getting a light mouse that has a really good sensor. I mean, you got to have a top tier sensor, and yeah, you got to get a light mouse as well. I mean, that I guess is dependent on the person. I have, I guess, medium hands. I don't think that I've ever been as called like small hands or large hands. I think I just have a medium. But I used a mouse that was technically like an MMO mouse, and it had like 12 buttons on the side and all that shit. And I was like, "Ooh, this is cool. I can like, use it for F keys or whatnot." And it was so fucking heavy. It was just aching my hand using it all the time. And
Yeah,
so,
agreed.
yeah, you gotta go around and test what works nicely and stuff. So, which is expensive, which kind of sucks. That's probably what deters a lot of people from
I
fixing the
think
wrist
the
pain.
best thing to do if you want to like try things out and if you have Amazon is Amazon has a great return policy. Just get a mouse on there, and if you don't like it, you have always pretty much 30 days to return it, which is what I did. I forgot to return the first one, but I have a backup. I went with like Zowie mice, which are it's honestly just a huge mouse. The only like negative is it's wired, which I got used to that after a while, and that's like if you have big hands, and you're listening, I would really recommend like looking into Zowie mice if you have wrist pain and your already big mouse isn't doing the trick.
Yeah, yeah. I have a wired Mamba Elite, Razer Mamba Elite, and yeah, I don't know. It's I would love to have a wireless version of this, and there is, but because of how intense the sensor is, I mean, it only has a tiny little amount of battery life. So it's either you have to spend more money on a pad that charges it, but the pad is fucking tiny and I need a massive pad, or you got to get the battery version, which is just a heavier mouse in general. And it's just like, damn, I don't know what, like, I think I'll just stick with the wired, even though the wired's a little annoying sometimes because the wire might get just a little bit jammed up.
Yeah, I think it just depends on how like clean you keep your desk as well as if the wire gets caught on things.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's
I
true.
with the weight and everything and like batteries, I think like I really would love that my G Pro worked out. It was the battery lasted plenty long. It was light enough. It just was like not the right size, so I had to like go to other methods. But yeah, I definitely think like if you can get like the lightest mouse possible, and I think another thing is quit trying to like the thumb buttons. I think add like to wrist pain so much, especially when people like will refuse to use F keys, so they can always like just have like one-handed gaming
Oh
and
yeah,
doing
yeah.
whatever they want with their left hand, and and then just using like thumb like F keys on your thumb. Oh, that
That's bad.
aggravates my wrist more than anything else. Is like trying to use those like thumb keys. And I think
Oh
I'll only
yeah.
like occasionally like program a thumb key when I'm like skilling sometimes, and that just will help a little bit where it's not like too much, but it's enough where I can just do that one-handed gaming.
Yeah, I have my mouse scroll wheel. I have a tilt, so I can tilt it left or right as a clicking thing. And the tilting it to the left, which is using my middle finger and kind of just leaning, causes shift to be held down. So I'll do shift click dropping with that. But if I'm doing a lot of shift click dropping, yeah, that will fuck my wrist up because I'm moving my finger in an awkward direction and then continuously clicking. And it's just like, okay, this isn't good. So, but it's still
With
nice for like that convenience of like, oh, there's just one item I need to drop. I don't want to put my finger on the shift key. I can just do it right here. So, but yeah,
with
absolutely, I agree with you. Having other buttons besides just clicking just makes it so much worse on your wrist.
shift click dropping, have you ever looked at the RuneLight plugin like custom left click drop?
Yeah, I have whenever I do Master Farmer, I got like all those shitty seeds. It's just
Yeah, it's so
left
nice.
click. Yeah. And what's really cool is you don't even need that plugin. You can just right click your inventory and just you literally just configure left click and you can set it to whatever you want on every single item.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if that was like a RuneLight feature or a Steam client feature.
You gotta like be careful before. Yeah, that is really nice. That's RuneLight. And dude, okay. I want to move on to some of the Twitter topics, but I just need to say right now, what are your thoughts on plugins and how fucking amazing RuneLight is?
Yeah, I think like so when I originally just played the like OG like Jagex client and I think like I enjoyed the game enough then, but then when I was like doing agility, I was like this just sucks trying to like visually like remember in my mind exactly where this obscure click block is to go to the next obstacle when I was like, holy crap, rune light. And I think like getting like rune light is like when you first get it, it's like in your empty house, and like as you like play longer and longer, you're in like living in a house. It's like more things are like customized and fit to your need. Like you got your like
Yeah.
nice recliner and you got like everything like set up exactly how you like it in rune light, where it's like I don't want to like not play it. Anytime it's like not fully working, it's like, oh, I'll just wait for the update to client. I'll do something. I'll go touch grass or something where
It's so
I'm not
true.
that desperate. And I think that's one thing that turns me away from using mobile a lot is that there is not Runelight. And luckily, like I know the Android has like really cool features, and they're now finally, I think, starting to release the iOS beta, which I signed up for and are really excited for. I mean, not that I really use it too much, but just having those features for like the time I want. Because when I was on vacation in the car, I was doing mobile agility, and that was like tough. I like really learned exactly where those click boxes were.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to see where mobile's getting. Where is the line of two OP plugins?
Um, 2 OP. I think with once you like it's a really slippery slope on like plugins on like what's okay and versus like what's not okay, and if you give like okay to one thing, there's definitely tools out there to make whatever you want if you really want to, if you know how to use like JavaScript and basic programming language, where that's where like I think we've really come to the point with like clients is like with dev tools, and if you know what you're doing, like it's literally the world's the ceiling for what's possible. But um I think like certain things like entity hires for like when people hide their death animations, I think is fine. I think like one place I like really noticed where it'd be like helpful is nibblers for Inferno, just like having those like instantly die, and because I think that's like a lot of I mean, it does take away from I think a bit of the challenge of Inferno, especially as a learner, if you like instantly know. And I mean, you can just learn like XP drops, but if you don't get like that full XP drop the first like freeze, and having just be able to like know like quicker when it's actually dead, um, is convenient. Um,
I hate,
someone,
by the way, that's still controversial to. Well, I think maybe there's a difference, but the fact that it's still controversial and against the rules to like have an NPC that's dead be disappeared and gone from your like site is so fucking silly.
yes, but Sae Bae, our artist, worked so hard on those animations.
Keep the fucking animations then. Don't let me click on them. Just make it
Uh,
unclickable. God damn it.
That reminds me of if you I don't think you Terrio skip much, but
No, never actually.
the lizards in Mount Karam, those lizards in there, I think have like a 20-second death animation.
Oh,
Where it's like it's
they're so bad. I literally got my Mystic Gloves light from them like yesterday. But I literally was in your stream, wasn't I? And I fucking brought a glass blowing pipe or whatever to the fucking task or whatever I was doing.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
The death animation is so long. I mean, Gauntlet's probably the worst. I mean, I would say
Yeah,
Bandos, but
yeah.
there's no real detriment to Bandos's animation
Mm-hmm.
taking forever. But Jesus Christ, those
The
demi
demis,
bosses.
yeah. Yeah,
Fuck.
those where it'd be like nice, where you can have the animation or just like make it where it's
Just let us click
like
through it.
clickable. I think should be like allowed because well, and it's not so much that you're picking up one thing from those demi bosses. You're picking up like 3 to 4 things depending on what you need at the time,
Yeah, it's
and it's
bad. The guy won't the dragon's the worst, by the way.
yep,
It's just so bad. And the worst part is as well. And of course, this would just come along with doing it a lot and just knowing what tile the items spawn on. But the worst thing is like there's no consistency now with where loot drops. It always used to be on the southwest tile for like 99% of mobs. But now they're like having a lot of freedom and liberty to be like, oh, I want the items to drop in the middle of the boss this time for when it dies. Like, come on. Like,
Honestly, if it dropped in the Southwest, that would like alleviate like so many problems
oh
because
yeah.
like they're not actually click. They're nor most NPCs aren't actually clickable, and they're like Southwest where you
Yeah.
like you path underneath them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Like they've just taken the worst aspects of it and just combined it into one, having an extremely long death animation. And yeah, it's just bad. I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe I shouldn't be so uptight about it, but damn, can we just have everything spawn on the southwest tile? Can we just standardize things again? I know it looks funky when everything drops on the southwest, especially Sarachnis, because Sarachnis's true tile is never really
That
where it's.
Saractus does have a weird one. Like or especially if you kill it during its like transition,
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
like it's just loot will drop like almost on the other side of the room versus where it actually like died at.
Yeah, but that is where it died. It's just the animation is so
Yeah.
fucking delayed. But yeah, once you understand it a little bit more, it's like, okay, now I know where it's gonna I know where it's gonna go. I just wish they would do that with all bosses. It's not that big of a deal and it's not gonna happen, but I would like that. All right. I'm looking at a question. First of all, Isaac says, I fucking love PSacz. Looks like he
Shout
loves you,
out
man.
Isaac.
Furry Wall asks, do you think that if the Dwarven multi-cannon was pulled today, it would pass in its current state?
I think yeah, probably. Well, it I think what they're really careful about is where like it's kind of allowed versus like single and multi. I think is how like the canon's pretty balanced. I mean, as I'm say for like strictly as like mains where you can just like buy cannonballs and use them willy nilly, or for you where you've done so much corp where you just can use them wherever. I think I don't know if it would pass today without the like knowledge of where it could
Yeah.
be used and where it couldn't be used.
Yeah. I was going to say, there's no fucking way that would. Actually, a lot of things do pass. Maybe it would if they worded it correctly, but there's no way. People would be like, what the fuck? Like, this is the stupidest idea you guys have ever come up with. If it was pulled today and nobody knew what a multi-cannon was. It's just
Yeah.
such a strange item.
I also don't think it would pass if people knew like the red clicks that you can do with it nowadays, like God Wars Dungeon, and completely changed like everything.
Yeah.
Which shout out to the crackheads that discover all that. That's just absolutely wild. Like I want to really know like how many like deaths they did to like figure out how these method works and like clicking through in the
Dude,
exact files.
GE
Like G
challenge.
challenge, yeah, he's
He,
crazy.
he's not dying though. That's the thing. He plans it out before he even gets in there. Like he can literally just pull up a tile chart and look at how NPCs interact and how they move. And it's like, dude, you can just literally plan it out on paper and then go in and just execute. Like,
Yeah, which
it's
just having that
nuts.
like background game knowledge of how like things actually move and like the process behind it's crazy. Because another thing, his methods on YouTube, he makes them look so easy. Like the 6-0 door alter click for Bandos. Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty. I don't know. It was pretty easy for me. I don't want to like take
Really?
anything away,
I
but that's just because I've done a lot of that kind of shit before.
Yeah, that was like my first introduction to red click. I was like, oh, cool. I don't need to grab a cannon. And I was
Yeah.
like, I would get it for like a bit. And I think if I went tried back and tried it now that I've done plenty of like 7-0 and 9-0, I think I might be able to get it. But I was
Yeah,
like,
you would.
this isn't. I was like, it's just the way like it moves is just so like unintuitive what you'd think from like an outside perspective on like, yeah, I'm standing right next to it. I should get like smashed right now,
I
but
know.
I'm not.
It's the
And like,
flinching.
yeah, and I think like the 100% accuracy you need in that method made it like not so fun. Like getting it out in and out of cycle or whatever.
Yeah. No, and I think if you just gave it a little bit more time, it would actually just become even nicer and easier than the other methods you're doing because you just never lose a tick that way. It's just like, just always in the 4 tick cycle. As long as you just start the kill off and you don't lose focus throughout like the fucking 30 seconds it takes to kill it, it's like fine. Also, that method's amazing. The Bandos one specifically. You do the same thing at Zammy now too. It's slightly different
Yeah,
tiles, but
nah.
the fact that Zammy and Bandos are just exact replicas at this point, where you just bofa the thing down and just run back and forth, is so fucking silly. But it's still interesting. I have that boomer syndrome where I just want to, like, I want arc light and I want melee flicking to be the meta still. But it's such an ancient thing. But
Yeah, it's like back in my day, I used to.
no, but for real, I just feel like, I don't know. This is how the game's going down. I mean, look, dude, Masori's coming out. I mean, bruh, we're gonna be killing Bandos in like 18 fucking seconds, like consistently. Just bring full Masori. Oh wait, shit. Never mind. You need the crystal armor is a damage boost. How would that work actually? When Masori comes out, is Bofa still gonna be the method at Bandos? I'm assuming it still will, because nothing's really a 4-tick weapon.
Yeah, I don't know how it would work with like the crystal armor bonuses to the Bofa. Whether it would be,
I guess it would still be crystal
or not. It probably still would be crystal.
I'm so excited for Arma though. Like god damn it. Like, isn't that funny that I'm like sad that I got the pet already? No, that
same. I got it really early as well at Arma.
No, it's actually fine. I'm grateful for it, but I guess the idea of doing Arma with full Masori sounds absolutely just amazing.
Yeah, it's just straight up all around better than like.
Yeah. Take way less damage. Yeah.
I think it was an oversight, but the no negative melees is just like that was why when somebody mentioned that, I was like, no way, surely it's like some Arma characteristics are thrown in there. Nope, it's like
just
Carol's but
beast. Yeah,
cracked.
And I don't know exactly how I feel about it. If I were to be brought up a bunch of arguments against it, I think it's fine. I've always been a huge fan of coming out with something that's better than Carol's. Now, it didn't need to be the best in slot range armor and then best in slot mage defense as well. Maybe that was a bit too far, but I'm glad that at least Carol's is being done away with now. It's so silly that a 2005 item like a Carol's top is still your best in slot in 2022, you know?
Yeah,
it is strange.
Pretty interesting on that. Oh, it's really funny how Barrows is almost like become like not relevant at all anymore. Which, I mean, it's old content, but even like the few like niches aren't there anymore. For me, like the only reason I still do it is I want a Varrock's flail for the one like Elite Combat Diary chest. So you don't even actually need that. I've seen it for KQ where you just like thrall it the whole time, which I've thought about doing, but I also just want to like complete it. But it's like, it's just interesting where it's still like decent gear, but it's just like how much like the game has progressed on where it's not even like, it's like, oh yeah, you just need maybe 1 or 2 pieces on your early iron, then that's really about it.
Yeah, I think what's cool is Barrows is still there, and I feel like for early Ironman, it's still the place where you go get your little tank legs, and you can still get a Carol's top, because, I mean, Carol's is still going to be the best up until Raids 3, so, I mean, who knows the fucking qualifications and requirements it's going to take for Raids 3 completions on an early level, but I still like that it's still really great armor. And it also looks cool. I mean, I think a Carol's top looks awesome. It's just very old school looking, but badass.
Yeah, I think all the Barrows gear for like most part like looks really, really cool. I think they like all nailed that on the head when they were first creating that, which is amazing how far like it holds up even to this day. But with the talk of how we're getting like those next tier of stuff with like Torva, Missouri, and like new weapons. How do you feel with that and like the power of those weapons and armors, and now always having to be balanced with PvP? Because I know in like a lot of times it gets brought up, especially with the Fang, it's like, oh, that's gonna be broken in PvP. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Dude, I have angry thoughts. I don't know if I should share. No, dude, it's like, I don't know, because I'm not a game dev and I'm not experienced in like, ooh, how does a game successfully stay healthy while balancing PvP and PvM? What I've seen and heard is that any successful MMO that's ever had PvP related to it doesn't have anything to do with PvM. Like, they're separated, basically. Like, PvP is its own thing, and it's fair, and the PvM items stay exclusive to PvM, which I don't know how I felt about that. I almost felt the complete opposite a few years ago. A few years ago, I wanted things to not have any difference in PvP. Like Blowpipe, for example. I want to say it 2-tick. And if it was OP, maybe you shouldn't have made it 2-tick in the first place. Trident should have done damage to people. But now, years down the road, I mean, today I'm thinking just separate the two. God damn it. Like there's so many problems with PvP. I mean, there's just little tiny fixes. I was mentioning in my stream, the Wilderness is a total private server now. I mean, they make little teeny discrepancies and little teeny changes that are just everywhere. And they make them all the time, but there's no set place where it shows every single thing that's different about the Wilderness than is in the main game.
Like if you imagine like the wiki wasn't there and you had to just go off of what you like experience in game, it would be really frustrating, I think, with the Wilderness and like the different nuances that there is in the Wilderness.
Yeah.
And shout out the wiki, because other than a few other games, I think we have like literally the best game wiki out there by far.
I think we do have the best. Like,
it's
what
so
would even be
complete.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wish I knew, because I don't really play other games as far as MMOs.
Yeah, me neither.
Other MMOs don't hit as well as RuneScape does. I'll play other games, but typically MMOs, I'm just like, I could be playing RuneScape.
Yeah, that is funny, because I look at other MMOs and I just instantly block it out of my mind. Like, I'm not going to play this. There's probably pay to win. There's probably some bullshit. There's probably, I don't know. And the other thing is, I'm very unique, and I feel like a lot of RS players are this way. Like, I actually enjoy skilling, and I enjoy sometimes just chilling out and not feeling like the entire game is centered around fighting shit nonstop.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
One question I want to get in later, but I want to bring it back to the Wilderness, and I think, well, like, I think separating it would be good, or like giving things different stats, because right now in our current state is like, we now always, whenever any new thing comes in, it somehow has to be it'd be like balancing it around a level 126 boss every time, and you'd have to make sure that it still wasn't OP to kill that 126 boss
it's really
with whatever stats. And it's just, and I think it's like gotten to the point where it's like, we can either have really cool bosses with new mechanics that like require better gear to kill, or we can like still cater to like PvP and not getting like smashed in the Wilderness.
Yeah, I don't, dude, it's such a good question, because there's such a, I don't know, people get emotional about the Wilderness. And
yeah, I mean,
both sides.
No one wants their content taken away, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, both sides get emotional about it. Some people want it removed. Some people want it to stay. In fact, some people just want, Wilderness. It's so hard. It's so fucking hard to balance, because I would say, and again, this is with almost no thought involved. It's just kind of like, let PvP be like PvP arena, LMS. You can be out in the Wilderness and do shit. You can go to your little PvP worlds, but stop adding content that's non-PvP related into the Wilderness. Knock that off, and just don't have enticement to go out there. Besides, I'm okay with, I think I was talking about it on a ramble. Like, I'm okay with adding a piece of content that just generates gold, maybe 6 mil an hour method out there in the Wilderness. But there's no uniques and things you need for the outside. In fact, you could even just add some bosses out there that only drop PvP related items. And so, yeah, there's Wilderness bosses out there, but like, players that don't want to fucking be out there don't have to go out there, because it's only going to benefit you in PvP and some GP here and there. But like, that's my thoughts. I feel like we shouldn't be adding skilling methods. Like, the fact that the Chaos Altar's out there is just really silly, in my opinion. Black Chin still. Resources. Just
so much.
It's so bad. Like, the fact that you have to do that. And again, people are like, oh, you don't have to do it. But dude, it's twice as good as the next best method. Like, Jesus Christ. That's unbalanced as fuck.
Yeah, me doing the Chaos Altar is the only thing that stood between me and 99 prayers. It's like, it's just like, half the time I'd rather just like, I've been thinking about, maybe I would rather get more bones and just do Gilded Altar in my house, because now with mains being able to go into your house, you can have your main like hold the instance open where you don't have to do the burners every time.
It's still just way worse, but yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, but it's like I don't want to do 12,000 dragon bones at the chaos altar if I don't have to.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna do it because it's done and over with. But it's always been like a thought in my head that
Yeah. It just sucks. Like there is a huge player base that doesn't want to associate with the wilderness. So can we move on from the 2003 mindset that like wilderness is integral to the part of the game? I mean, I still want people to enjoy themselves, but I'm sorry if your only enjoyment as a PKer is to kill pinatas out in the wilderness that are just
yeah,
other
whales,
like
just loot whales.
I'm not going to try to appeal to that player base. But if people want to PK, I don't want to shit on your fun. Like I want you to thoroughly enjoy and I want you to have the best experience, like best gaming experience you can have. But if it's just going to be just causing other people's game experience to be totally fucking miserable, I'm not going to advocate for that. So just I feel like there needs to be a separation at this point. We're in 2022. We can start separating. I'm already kind of liking what they're doing with the PvP arena. They're adding shit that's only going to be used out in the wilderness, and I'm kind of liking that. I feel like, again, a few years ago, I probably would have been like, this is private server. I don't like this. But I'm like, dude, just fucking separate them. Like,
Yeah, and like a lot of people when they do like at least me when I'm doing wildy bosses, I don't even 4 item. I just 3 item because like it's not even worth most of the time when I'm getting killed, all they're doing is taking away the time it took for me to set up the wildy boss to choose, and that's really it. They're not gaining anything for the
yeah,
most part. They're spending more runes to barrage me as I'm flaming them. One of my favorite things to do when I'm doing Chaos Altar, if I'm like almost done with all my bones, because I always do suicide method, where if I'm like got like 3 bones left, I'll finish them. I'll be like, oh no, please don't. I've got superior bones. Please, I'll pay you. As their whole teams are logging in and like frothing at the mouth, and I'm like, no.
oh my
That
god,
always gives me like some like internal joy that they just I just debated.
yeah. Yeah, and that is also the part because like there's always this thing like, oh, if you remove, let's just imagine a world where, and I'm not saying delete the wilderness. I'm just saying remove incentive for players that don't want to involve in PvP. Just remove all the incentive to go out there in the first place. And again, for players that like to kill pinatas and like to be content creators and lure people and have a great clickbait video where some guy dies that didn't even want to fucking be out there in the first place.
My team killed this hardcore Ironman in singles in our Willy team. Like what?
Yeah.
That's it. When the people that are mad when those kind of PJ timers came in when they couldn't singles PK in their team, I thought was always really odd too because like it's like wait, you want to be in singles with your team and you're mad that got taken away? Like it's like it's
Yeah.
you're mad you can't team in singles. It's like okay, like maybe either just do something else or like PvP worlds or I don't know. I
Yeah.
always thought
And
that was odd.
let me just say this as well. I am not trying to shit on PvP. I think PvP is amazing content. I think it's great, but it's PvP, not PKing a person that doesn't want to fucking be out there. That's awful.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I've like
yeah.
with DMM and it's like the tournaments. I've always loved like watching
Yeah,
that
it's
stuff
awesome.
or even like just like GE risk fights. I mean, all that's like really cool, but I think what's really cool about that stuff is those two people chose to do that rather than
Yeah, it's two consenting fighting players, and people, I've seen it on Reddit where people bring it's like, man, like they kind of compare it to like Call of Duty or any like shooting game where literally the whole thing is PvP. It's like, yeah, because people want to do that. People in RuneScape a lot of the time they're out in the wilderness because they don't want to be out there, but they feel like the need to have to go out there. Anyway,
yeah.
I think this would be a good thing for both PvP and the rest of the game. I mean, you could literally personalize, like just get down to the T of perfect balancing for PvP that wouldn't affect the main game, and then you can have really good balancing on the main game that wouldn't affect PvP. I mean, it's just like a fucking win-win, except for the people that like the olden days where you just kill a fucking pinata out in the wilderness. Besides that, I think it's a benefit to everybody.
Yeah, and I just think it's also I think it's a real shame that they took Bounty Hunter away and couldn't figure out a better solution to combat just boosting because I know a lot of people who like really quit playing now that like bounty hunter, and I used to like watch. I don't PvP, but I used to like watch like voiders kind of do their thing and just because it was just something different and I could
Yeah.
like watch and it was. But now like how much of that, at least on like Twitch, is gone. Like it's not there anymore just because they took that away, and
Yep.
I think that sucks.
Dude, bounty hunter could be brought back totally fine. They could make great rewards for it. But they just need moderation, and they're not going to invest the resources into just hiring some people to just make sure people are playing fair. Like, god damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
I think PvP Arena might be sort of the replacement for that. I'm excited for it.
What do you think about putting like the wildy bosses not in the wildy? I think those would always make like good content or like fun things to do, like maybe like lower, but like just in like the non-wilderness area as like roaming bosses that kind of have their own thing where you could actually like because they're so tanky anyways. I mean, you probably would get like messed up, but if you could actually go there and like max gear and not have to worry about losing your max gear, like I think those would be way
Yeah.
more fun than having to do like the cheese safe spot mechanic and hope I don't get PK'd or just run away mechanics.
What it sounds like they're doing is going to be replacing the wilderness bosses with other ones that have different rewards. And they're going to be moving the dragon pickaxe over to like VM and Volcano. And I think, hopefully, this is what I would want to see, and I think they might be doing this, is adding PvP related items to the drop tables. So they would still have value because they're still tradable. PKers would buy them. And that would be that. So, like, it would be PvP related. So nobody is even enticed to go out there in the first place. Like, oh, I got to get my skilling item, my dragon pickaxe out here. It's like, nah, there's just PvP. There's badass PvP items on this drop table now with GP. So, like, yeah, you could still go on as an ironman, but you don't feel obligated to have to go out there. So,
And I think hopefully that would be like more appealing to PvPers because like I don't know, a lot of I mean, who wants to do like 175 quest points on 7 of their accounts just for Barrow's gloves, etc.
yeah.
Like kind of like those things where they can like do different things and maybe that's like I think sometimes that like long slow burn is kind of what turns people off on RuneScape, especially if they just want a PvP, like where they don't have to invest hundreds of hours just for like a new account build that they may not like, but if with the new like I like untradeable items, they can just get those through PvP, and I think that's good too.
Yep. Absolutely agree. Dino Phage asks if diving became an OSRS skill, describe the best in slot speedo you'd like to see in game. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I believe Dino in high school also was like a swimming diver, not like a scuba diver, as I was I. So I think this is why he asked the question. So yeah, in high school I used to be one of those person who does flips and all that kind of stuff. And I won a
Damn.
sectional. I need to flex that. I did win a sectional in my high school. I just barely missed state by like a few points in regionals, but.
Damn.
So there's my one high school flex because no one cares anymore. But um, the BIS speedo. Now this is an interesting conversation. My diving coach used to somewhat hate me because I used to always try to get by with like the smallest speedo I could possibly wear, and eventually like just like make her mad. Eventually, I started like buying like European speedos, which are like very small and just like they literally just have like a pouch in the front, not like normal speedos don't like have a pouch, but like this would just have like a pouch. And so yeah, I think like the BIS speedo would be like a very like small like tiger striped one or something
Is it like a thong on the back? Like, is that what it
yeah,
is?
it was pretty much
God.
small. Some of them I like bought them. I'm like I actually can't wear that. There's not enough coverage in the rear, but yeah, I used to have this one like American flag speedo that was extremely tiny. I used to wear all the time until it basically fell apart. but it was
Mid tournament fell apart. No.
nah, you would know, and or like, and you with chlorine on stuff, chlorine is very hard on things, and eventually, like the more you were like the speedos would become like kind of close to see through eventually, where you had to
Jesus.
throw them away. Yeah, dude, chlorine's like terrible. I don't know how I spent like 6 months of the year in chlorine pool. The stuff it does do to your hair and skin was awful. I wouldn't want to do it again. And we used to have a 2 day practices, so I'd get up at like 4 a.m. to go to practice before school, then 2 hours after school as well.
But it's much better with chlorine than without, right? Wouldn't you be swimming in like fucking viruses and weird ass chemicals and like what would be
So,
the best option? I mean, isn't it chlorine or is there something
um,
else that would be more optimal?
some schools had it was bromine, which is more of a salt than chlorine, so it'd be like a salt, which
Hmm.
I don't know. Like we like with our pool was chlorine, so I don't know how like long term like the bromine would be to deal with. But the thing actually, what's kind of gross about chlorine is the more a pool smells of chlorine, the more dirty it is. Because
Uh,
actually, if a pool is not dirty at all, or if it doesn't smell of chlorine, that means it's very clean. Because chlorine only smells when it like latches on to other
things.
atoms. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's what
Oh
activates
God.
the smell of chlorine. So like if you go to like I don't know, for say like a hotel pool and your eyes start burning when you walk into it, maybe don't swim into it.
That's funny. Yeah, that's how my little brother was in water polo in high school. So I'd go to his water polo games here and there. And yeah, every time you go into those like aquatic centers at those schools, it just smells so chloriney, like just eyes pretty much burning when you walk in there. It's just so hot. You just smell it. So God, that's
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah, God bless my parents for going to all my meets. They used to like record like each one of my dives and everything too. My mom used to have like do her own score sheets and track like my averages and stuff, which
Aw,
was kind
that's
of cool, like having like the stats so I could actually like track them. But
that's sweet of her. Yeah, sometimes I think, dude, okay. You know what's really crazy is like I'm not a dad or anything, uh, but I seriously, I'm like, how, how do moms like? At least my mom. I mean, like she would go out of her way to like get us to doctor appointments, get us to like these activities, get us into sports, get us into all this stuff. I'm like, how do you fucking have like the just mental stamina to just be able to raise four kids and trying to get them to all these things? Like, dude, if I was a parent, like it's generally the mom. Like my dad was pretty much like the lazy one that would just like let my mom do everything. But in okay, that sounds bad, but like my mom was the one that was really proactive with like getting us into activities and stuff. I'm like, damn, I don't think I would do that. I'm just so fucking lazy. Like I would just let my kid kind of do whatever he wanted to do rather than like giving him a bunch of options. So I'm so grateful for my mom like doing all that stuff. Like ah,
yeah, yeah, shout
sounds so
out moms
exhausting.
for real. My mom was like the same way. Like even to this day, I know my mom. If I needed help, I mean I needed like help with my taxes, and she like yeah like would take like actually you know what, let's not do this, let's just throw them in our account. And I was like, yeah, that sounds a lot better than me trying to figure this out. And so she's like, yeah, like she's like I always got you. And I was like and that's
Damn.
how it's always been with my mom. So I'm very blessed to have a good relationship with my mom. I know she would go to large lengths to
Yeah.
help me out.
It's crazy sometimes because yeah, whenever you describe your mom, it sounds like my mom just like goes out of her way to make sure like I'm good. Like even in adulthood, I'm like, mom, like you're, I'm good. You're fine. Anyway,
And I think with like dads, like I like definitely like strive not to like my dad. Like I'll preface it, my dad was a great dad. He just could have been better. And I think it's all with parenting. It's all about like breaking like generational like stereotypes or like what like the role of parents are. I would definitely want to be like my mom when I'm a parent versus like more offhand like my like dad.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I'm probably going to end up being like, my dad was a great dad, but he just
Yeah.
wasn't really proactive with things. So, like, if
Yeah,
I
like
was raised by only my dad, I don't think we ever would have gone to the dentist. We never would have gone to a doctor's, never would have gone into any activities. Like, it would have been bad. So, it's
yeah,
funny.
like if I ever broke a bone with my dad, that thing would be broken for a week before I'd ever go to the doctor's office. It's like, Dad, I think it's really broken. It's like,
Like,
can't
dad,
move
I'm
it.
dying. Like, you're fine. Just rub some dirt on your inside wounds. I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's good thing. Good thing for moms.
How my dad was. He basically always did construction, and then he ended up like starting his own business and water lines and stuff. So I ended up learning how to do like just a lot of things through him. But
Mm.
he'd always just is always like down and dirty. It was dad. I was like a little employee to dad rather than a son. And then like one time I think what growing up we used to have like cows, and we were putting in a new fence, and the neighbor like butted right up 'cause it had like chicken fences, and they had an electric fence. And I remember my dad wanted to teach me a lesson. He's like, here, go and touch that electric or go
Jesus.
touch that fence. And I like dude, shocked the shit out of myself when I was like 6 years old. I remember being so mad. I was like, I like literally just like, took off back to the house because I was so pissed. Because I was like, what the hell, Dad? Like, why'd you let me do? Why do you want me to do that? He's like, well, now you know that stuff like that hurts.
Jesus
And I
Christ.
guess I learned, but I think it was always like tough love and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I'll never like not want those experiences looking back on it because I really learned like so much. I learned how to really be like an independent person. If they like he really taught me like if I can whatever I want to do, I can like really no matter what it is, I can learn. I've either learned how to do it or know how to do it. Like I know how to fix houses, cars, what have you, just because that's how he did things. I always learned by like holding the flashlight and getting yelled at it over by next to him and handing him tools. But yeah, it was like a good experience. Like I don't know.
Yeah, you need
I look at
both.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he like could done it different, but I definitely would like love the experiences I had. I like and if Dad doesn't know how to do something, he taught me to like research it or Google it and figure out how to do it. And I think that's like really helped me be gotten as far as I have with like being somewhat successful.
Yeah. And the other cool thing is like even if you have I mean, everyone has imperfect parents. So those experiences give you empathy, which is in turn is just a really great thing to have as well in the rest of your life. Like realizing what you would want to do differently as a parent and realizing like I don't know, maybe if you had like childhood trauma, like minor trauma in certain areas or something, you could kind of empathize with people that also deal with that kind of shit on a more extreme
Hmm.
level. So, yeah, it's just interesting. It's so weird how gray life is, you know? Like there's no set rules to anything. There's no like set way you're going to grow up. Everything is just like life. I don't know. It's so strange to think that somehow I've survived on this floating rock in space for like 26 years. Like how the hell am I still alive? How have I not been shot or like just like something has gone terribly wrong and I'm not like the fact that I'm still alive is a miracle. And just to think that
Yeah.
humanity is like surviving is just a total miracle. But
Or
yeah.
like how many like near death experiences you may have lived through, or like if you were just there some like 30 seconds earlier, how like
Yeah.
things would totally be different for the rest of your life.
Just thinking that, okay, there's like almost 8 billion people. How has not one of 8 billion people not like, I don't know, just gone on a massacre and just murdered a bunch of people and I was one of them? Like, just the fact that like I'm just chilling and there's 8 billion people in the world and I get to just sit here in my room and play RuneScape without interruption. Like, god damn, I'm blessed. Like, thank God.
Yeah, good RNG, you take those
Oh,
blessings
yeah.
that you have every day.
Oh, yeah. Great RNG on the, yeah, being born.
So, since you mentioned about like being a better parent, so would you one day want children, Sae Bae?
Oh yeah, I would love children. I just don't right now would be not a great time to have a child that would. But I mean, it's weird because growing up, I just thought I'd start a family in my early 20s and just live a normal life, work a 9 to 5, get a family going, and then just, that's how life goes. But I'm okay, starting a family in my 30s and stuff if that's what it takes, because like I still want kids, but I don't know. I've kind of, the older I get, the less I worry about the whole social construct of like what you're supposed to do and what people expect of you. And yeah, every year that passes, I just have more of a realization that like, hey, nobody on the entire planet right now is older than 120 years old. So we're basically, if you look at it like super zoomed out, we're all just babies, basically. Nobody knows what the fuck we're doing here. Nobody knows anything. We're all going to die one day. Why the fuck do I care about what one person like wants me to do with my life, And I know that's a very like existential view on it and stuff, but like, I don't know. I always have that sort of in the back of my mind, like, everyone's just a kid that's older now, and we're all just kind of learning as we go. So
Yeah, I definitely resonate with like the kid that we're older now, because I realized as growing up, like no one really has it too much figured out. A lot of them like fly by like the seat of their pants, as my parents would say, or as the wind goes.
yeah. And then the
But
people that do think they're all knowing and have everything figured out, they're
they have
usually
it the least. Yeah, they have it the least figured out, I think,
yeah.
sometimes. They
Yeah.
just got really lucky and now they're just putting on a front.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other cool thing, which also, I don't know, it's an interesting thing about life is that everyone is so fragile in a way. Like, I don't know. Like, everyone is just so fragile at our cores. Like, if we were to strip away all the things that make us socially acceptable and all the things, we see our true frailties, and it just puts into perspective, like, every single person's just a human. None of us ever chose to be born. We're all just here, and we didn't choose our genetics. We didn't choose anything. And I don't know. I just think that's kind of beautiful in a way. And if you start to understand that truly, you would never like be rude. You would never be mean to anybody. I feel like if you like I don't feel like anybody's truly internalized that, but like the fact that nobody chose to be here and we're all just here living and nobody knows where we're going after this, it's like, damn, you can't not have empathy for other people. Like, I feel like your whole goal in life would just be to make others happy and stuff. I don't know. That's very deep. We've gone down a total deep rabbit hole right here, but
It works. But yeah, I think like there's empathy for some people, but as long as like I think there's always empathy in my heart for people as long as they're like trying to like improve themselves or whatever. Like I'm always like a very like forgiving person for the most part.
mm-hmm.
As long as there's like as long as like maybe if they messed up they can accept they messed up, and it's like I'm like normal like okay, that's really all I need to hear. Let's move on from it.
Yeah.
But
No, and that's, yeah, I was not trying to say like everyone, like, everyone's fine. Like, there's still criminals and murderers and rapists out there, but like the general people, I mean, people make mistakes all the time, and if they're not too severe, I mean, why ruthlessly bully somebody that made a mistake? We all make mistakes. Like, I don't know. I just
yeah,
give people the benefit of a doubt rather than just treating everyone like an enemy almost.
I think it's like I feel that, but like I think it's unless they're just like very like ignorant of what they're doing and like the mistakes and like refuse to like look at like what they're doing from an outside perspective is when I don't know. I like those are the people I just tend to like to shy away from if they can't like have that social awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, that I mean, we could go down this thing because just the whole thing about like people are raised differently. So people that have super ignorant views on
Yeah.
the world that are just inherently wrong, like morally and stuff, like, I don't know. Sometimes when they're just young and they were just raised by stupid fucking parents and stupid environments, I just can't help but like just be like, I just feel fucking sorry for you because you like truly just actually don't know certain things, and you're gonna have a rough time in life with these kind of worldviews that you hold. But it wasn't necessarily your fault, kind of. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna go down the whole conversation of that, but I don't know. Anyway. Wait, not Hootie Tootie. Friend zones first. What were some of the pros of the Hydra grind? Also, would you do that again if you had to?
I get like the pros are like I guess I got like
Bank was
I
made.
got known as the guy who went dry for Hydra for a bit, so I guess that like was kind of like cool. Like normally it was like, oh, speaking of go dry, how dry did you go, PSacz kind of thing. So I was like, okay, that's some like I guess like notoriety maybe, but the GP, well, the GP is kind of like with an asterisk because Thralls came out during about halfway through my Hydra grind, and I decided that the DPS from Thralls, Thralls twice a kill was worth it. So I end up thralling a lot of my Hydras and picking a lot of the drops like stack. So I have I think the total GP like from Alex and that GP was like 200 mil or so. Then but I do have to like out that, and I think I still have like 100 mil in Alks to still do, which isn't fun as we spoke earlier. Another thing, I ended up with 100,000 blood runes, which is really nice on like, I guess. And at that point, when I finished Hydra, I was still like early iron. I mean, I had the like dragon boots. I didn't have any other Slayer gear because I don't know. For me, like Slayer was like peak, and I still like really love Slayer. So I considered myself really early there. So always having like that 100K blood runes was always like nice to have.
Yeah.
The bones, like I pretty much had, I think I had at like 98 prayer banked at the end of it by if I used the chaos altar. And I think that was really it. I mean, I guess like brimstone rings. I ended up with like 9 Hydra leathers. Which I guess all that was great, and the 3,000 kill count on the boss high scores looks cool, I guess, as well. Would I do it again? Yeah, absolutely. I'll literally do any boss until I finish it. That's like I don't know, like really like no problem. I plan on going back to Hydra as well to do some combat achievements and maybe get the Grandmaster time. I don't know. I'm debating whether how like possible that is with the gear I have since I don't have claws yet. But um, and once I have rafts, I'll use the demonic offering on the RK spellbook and do thralls. So I mean, it's not like I like have like a bad taste in my mouth for Hydra. I still want the pet, so I will go and get the pet eventually because that's always like a goal. Collection log, pets, combat achievements. So yeah, I don't see like there's any reason if I had to start a new account, I would definitely do it again and go. I would be honestly be fine with going 3.2K dry. When I was in my grind of like approaching 3K, I'm like I was always thinking like okay, like I'll finish it in double when I was at. And when I was thinking when I was like okay, 6K, I'm like, "Oh, I really don't want to do 3,000 more Hydra." Like and like I don't know. I really didn't have it. Like it wasn't the worst thing ever.
It
Like
always
it is
seems a lot.
Hydra by the end of it.
It seems a lot nicer in hindsight too. You're like, that was fine. But in the moment when you really have no idea when you're gonna get it, like imagine like 3,100K, so you still have no fucking clue when you're gonna get it. It's just like,
Yeah, like I hate the clip of where I got the like claw because it really like just like took my breath away. I, like started hyperventilating. I'm done. Like I can literally because like the thing about it like was like it was the thing I had to do any rest of Slayer because I was gonna completely change my block list. I had it really optimized where I think most Hydra tasks only took me like 5 or 7 skips because I had like everything optimized where I think like the most I did was 30 and that was I normally didn't go that dry for skips so it was really everything was like on the cusp of me finishing Hydra then changing my block list so I could do the rest of Slayer bossing because I went from 95, and I know I had like I think a couple mil over 99 Slayer from just Hydra.
Yeah, it's interesting the emotional impact this game can have sometimes. I mean, I remember seeing the mace on the ground when I finally got it, day one Fasanes. It was just like, what the fuck? Like, you just look at it and you're like, you weren't expecting it, but you've been imagining this day for so long and what it means. And like the mace was like the claw for you. I mean, it
Yeah.
was everything. It opened up the game for me again. I didn't have to be a slave to Nightmare all the time. So yeah, definitely takes your breath away. You're like, what the like you can't believe it. So
And I think funny enough with like your mace, like I think that's what like motivated me to like keep finishing Hydra because I'm like, okay, Sae Bae can do over 2,000. Normal Nightmare, that's like a 20-minute kill. I can definitely kill some 3-minute Hydras with the rapier. So that
yeah.
like motivated me. I'm like, I can't really complain when there's definitely the worst people off out there.
And the worst part about Nightmare is it
The
was just like
run.
I was spending 300 to 400 KGP a kill, like
Yeah.
instead of getting 300 for it, you know? Like I was just paying out the fucking wazoo for blood runes, and then I would get like 17 bass back for the kill, you know? Or like 5 sand fuse, which is amazing. Like imagine 5 3-dose sand fuses, like the god tier loot. Like that's so fucking pathetic that's what I like nutted over,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I think they really like messed up with Nightmare and its design anyways because like when I remember when they're developing it or they like were talking about blogs they didn't want it to be like Corp where you could like constantly spec it down when
Yeah,
so that's why they made it far away but it was an instance anyways and then they wanted the kind of like Corpish loot table I think really just made Nightmare really bad
it was
and
bad.
I don't know why like
Nah, they
if it yeah.
sorry, like they've admitted they tried to do way too many things at once.
Yeah, I understand not wanting like a corp spec down boss, but then they can prevented that anyways with it being an instance where you can't go in and out and yada yada yada. So I think that's one of the things why like Nightmare on like major bossing content is like the last stop before I like full on like pet hunt or whatever.
Yeah, Fasani's is amazing, and when you get that sleepy tablet, I mean, dude,
That
Fasani's
yeah.
is just awesome fun, so much fun. But the drops are still extremely long, but at least it's not like a necessary grind, so it's something you can just kind of do here and there. It's not like, oh, I'm enslaved to this until I get a certain item. For most people, mine was different. I needed that mace, but it's just cool. It's just fun. It's rewarding. It's satisfying. There's no RNG really. Just kind of like if you do perfect, you'll get a perfect kill, and yeah, it's just fun. I enjoy Fasani's, and I don't mind that it's a super long grind. They could still reduce the hours by 20%. Totally fine. That wouldn't even hardly do anything. Um, but yeah, like original Nightmare, even after so many buffs to the drop table, it was still like I would have to do normal solo Nightmare for 35 straight hours of one tick flicking to get one drop, and it was always a Nightmare staff. Just like fuck, like
Yeah.
it was so bad. So any improvement to that, which they already made with Fasani's, was amazing, and then beyond that, they could still make further improvements. Because like TOB, you getting your own purple at TOB efficiently through like 3-man TOBs, it's like 12 hours. You just spend 12 hours and you get your own purple, and that's a great feeling, by the way. TOB rates are really optimal. What do you think about TOB rates? Like getting
I
purples
think
feels consistent.
yeah, I will I don't have like I can do Taub, but I don't have a like a lot of Taub experience because my
Hmm.
last time I did Taub was literally before Hydra. I got my rapier and I'm like let's go. Like but I really like I like Taub. I like the aspect of not scouting it too. I think
Hmm.
that makes it fun. Scouting sucks with chambers. But yeah, I think the there's I think the reason why so many people get stuck on Taub because it's actually fun to do and rewarding to do. I know there's so many. I think there's a large part of the community that literally all they do is pot top, pot top, pot top.
And then do Inferno if their team's not ready. Inferno top,
Yeah.
Inferno top. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Tob, I mean, they fucking nailed it. Tob's great. Except for the wacky drop table that just gives everybody that's not MVP the exact same percentage or the exact same amount of points. That's silly. Like, you could have 4 Scythers and 1 guy with a rune dagger that's level 40, and one of those Scythers will get MVP in the room, and then everybody else will have an equal weighting of rewards. Even the guy that fucking brought like a bronze pickaxe to DPS with, like, that's very silly in my opinion. That there's not other weightings. It's just MVP or bust, or MVP, non-MVP, death. Like, that's it. Like, that's so strange to me. And it's unfair. It's unfair for the people that have basically max gear but didn't get MVP. I don't know. Anyway, I've already talked about that, but I still feel like there should be some changes to TOB drop mechanics. But it's still great. The purples are great. 12 hours for a purple in your own name is awesome. It's fun. There's variation. And yeah, there's no scouting either. So, and there's no KC either. So I understand God Wars. Like, I'm kind of now relating it back to Nex. I mean, Nex is God Wars, and they've made it a lot nicer where not one spiritual mage only gives 1 essence, but it gives like 5 or 6, which is nice. But there still is that annoyingness. Like, when I go to Nex on a 4-man's, I mean, it takes 25 minutes for me to get like a 10 KC like ready to go. That's a little tedious, but it's fine, I guess. It's God Wars. It's supposed to be like that, I guess.
I think if they didn't have the bank there, I think they could. I mean, the bank is crucial to the 1 kill or the 1 KC trips,
Mm-hmm.
but like if they didn't have that, I think they could, or like if they did it somehow differently, where like I don't want them to do this because I love the next bank for other God Wars method, but if they made the door like one way going out too, they could probably just remove KC. I
Yeah,
don't think it really is needed, but
I
I
think
do
it's, yeah.
not want the I really love the next bank for Arma and Sarah God Wars Dungeon. It makes it
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah, I think it's fine the way they've done it for the most part. And there is a trade-off, because you don't have to get KC as much as I'm doing. I'm choosing to do these 4-man things where I don't have to juggle. That's the worst part, by the way, of Nex, doing like more efficient sized teams like 6-mans and doing multiple kills per trip. It's like you get supplies and you have to fucking juggle it. Like, please keep instances standardized and let items not despawn for 30 minutes. Why is it 3 minutes? Like,
Agree.
this is inherently not fun, having to drop shit and then pick it up every 3 minutes. Like, oh my god, it's so bad. Please fix that. Nobody
Yeah,
enjoys
especially
it.
how large the room or like how somewhat relatively large the room is. It's not like you're all in like one location where you can like quickly juggle.
Yeah,
Normally it
yeah.
dies on like the southwest side. Then you start on like the middle, then go like around the room.
Mm-hmm. And Grotesque Guardians, you look at it, you can just keep the loot on the ground. Yeah, you'll lose it if you die, but that's so great. Imagine you just had to constantly fucking juggle everything in Grotesque Guardians. I'm so glad it lasts. I think it lasts at least 30 minutes.
I
Might be
think
longer.
it's 30 minutes or so. But Grotesque Guardians is also like other than I mean the loot's actually not bad, but like other than like the unique loot, I love the Grotesque Guardian fight. Except well, it's kind of a little more tedious on an iron, but like on a main when I was able to like SGS Blood Fury it all the time
Oh,
with
yeah.
a scythe, Grotesque Guardians fight is like really fun actually. It's
Yeah,
like
just chill.
it's kind of therapeutic. I wish with the blowpipe nerf they kind of adjusted the was it Dawns, the flying ones, HP changed to the second phase down where you had more opportunity to get the skip. But otherwise, the fight's really good.
Yeah.
I really like Grotesque Guardians.
I like,
Which
I don't know if you've done Serb yet with a Blood Fury, have you?
I've not done Serb with the Blood Fury, but I did do Serb with the Arc Light with the 2-1 step under method, and that was like busted. You can almost get ghost skips every time.
Dude. Arclight max melee, like max strength, arc light, and blood fury is absolutely cracked. I mean, I would bring 3 divine super combats and 20 prayer pots, no food. I didn't even have to bring an SGS. Like, I could literally bring claws.
Yeah, it's like 30 kills a trip or something ridiculous. I know people get.
It's nuts. And the other thing, like, you can bring thralls, death charge, claws, bring your spectral if you got it. Like, I had a spectral. And you just totally fuck up Serb, and you don't need to ever eat. I mean, yeah, if you get a very, very, very unlucky kill where you're constantly being meleeed or something, then yeah, things can go wrong. But generally, no. You're sitting there until your prayer pots run out. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I think also with the changes to Serb, I think that's where I was really also glad that I did Hydra first before everything else, because the arc like change to make where Serb was like an actual demon changed after I was done with Hydras, where I was like I would have been very mad if I did all those kills with like a Zami Hasa or something when the arc light is just so busted. It's so good on Serb.
Yeah, it's
It
crazy.
makes all the worlds different.
Arclight's so busted. I have had a lot of I still to this day, I don't really speak up about it because I don't feel like anything's going to change, but I still have a huge problem with the Arclight and with the Dragon Hunter Lance especially. The Lance is so fucking busted and it's free, like as in it doesn't require any charging. It's just like get it, and now this is the best in slot thing for every single fucking dragon, and everything else is just completely outclassed by this. It's just silly to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
With like niche weapons, it's like it's a hard, well, especially when there's like kin type weapons, like dragon kin or a demon kin, I guess so you can call it. I think those are like they're good. I mean, the Arclight's busted for like something you get for free and don't have to do any grinding for. But I still think like they're good for the game. I think they give an easy out for development on items to drop on a boss though.
Yeah.
But
see, now I would have been a fan of the Dragon Hunter Lance being exactly what it is right now, except it's charged with Hydra scales or something like that. That's very easy to get, but it still requires some sort of charging. So it's not just completely free. And if you ran out of charges, you'd have to use something else. That's kind of how the Arclight works. You can't just get a bajillion ancient shards unless you did a shit ton of catacomb tasks. But when you run out of charges, or you're like, I'm trying to save my ancient shards for Zami or Sire, let me just do this regular Abbey Demon with a rapier, like, you know, that is cool. But with the Lance, it's like there's no thought. It's just, oh, dragon or dragon bane something, all right, Lance, like no thought, no question. I think it just charging would kind of fix it. Also, there's an issue with just percentage buffs. I'm just completely against percentage buffs. Arclight is 70 fucking %. That starts skewing so insanely hard when you start getting, like, dude, the next time we get a new Torva or something, it's gonna be fucked. And the Lance isn't quite as bad, isn't it? Like what, 25% or something like that, or 20%. And
yeah, kind of depends.
They need to stop with the percentages and just add stat boosts, as in, if you equip this and you're killing a dragon, you get an invisible +10 strength. And so it won't ever have a detriment in the future when stuff starts getting super OP.
Yeah, it won't have that like multiplicative effect.
Yep. Yeah, multiplicative effects are dangerous. They're dangerous. Like, dude, the Dragon Hunter crossbow, the fact that I was hitting like mid 80s against Vorkath, like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening to this game? It's so private servery. Like, trying to balance a 2-tick blowpipe, the pre-nerf blowpipe, and trying to like balance a 5-tick crossbow with it is just so silly. Like, dude, the blowpipe is busted. Fix that. Quit trying to match it. Like, damn. Anyway, moving on. Hootie Tootie asks, what are your thoughts on the integration of better Twitch TV and 7TV into streaming culture, and how important are emotes for your stream's lore and day-to-day experience?
Okay, so I think first you need to separate better Twitch TV and 7TV because I know you don't have 7TV, but have you ever looked through 7TV?
Listen, I'm going to share my exact thoughts on 7TV. I'm
Okay, go
okay
on.
with it. I feel like it's part of the boomer mentality that's like, if not everyone has, it's not even boomer mentality. I'm totally cool getting 7TV. It's the fact that not everyone has it. So
Like the inclusiveness of
yeah,
it.
yeah. It almost feels like this exclusive thing that only some people have. And so if you ever were to type an emote, like half the people aren't even going to see it. And it's just sort of like, eh. And then the other thing is, like, half of them were just like bare tits on my thing. And I'm just like, okay, maybe maybe we can just hold off on getting this for right now. Make sure I don't actually see like a bare naked lady on my fucking thing. Like, on my chat box. Like, I don't know the rules. I don't know if there was any like approval process whatsoever. So I'm just gonna get rid of this until until it dies or until it gets really popular where I have to get it. So that's my stance.
Well, 7TV is a little bit like the Wild West, but I personally don't see it dying anytime soon. There's no nudity, but there is ludity. And so in the emotes that are like more, they're a little bit weird on their like, so on their you have to like have an emote be approved for it to be like listed where you can just like search it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's emotes that are unlisted that are like more kind of like lewdish that like you can just get a link and add. Most of them surface around just lewd things, just to put it more PG, but it's like I used to be kind of against it because I liked really liked the free like 25 or 250 emote slots you get with 7TV. You don't have to pay for anything, and
Mm-hmm.
you can get like wide animated emotes, and like stuff like that, which I think you can add a little bit more creativity on what you can do with an animated emote, especially when you aren't like with how limited like better Twitch TV is. I think it is like, I mean, it's no more exclusive than better Twitch TV is as far as people not seeing an emote pulling up. I think it's just if you don't see it, well, like, hey, there's this 7TV, and if you just download 7TV, better Twitch TV like is integrated into like the extension,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is fine. And I think it's really, I think emotes are like a really like powerful thing on Twitch. Like, I mean, with like the pug please and like dance emotes, like are like really. I think it allows people to express like what they're feeling or how they're feeling without like having to like type out a paragraph. Like
Yeah.
a pug please is worth 1,000 words or whatever. But
Yeah. No, it's true. Emotes make I mean, dude, I used to do Sae Bae casts and doing premieres on YouTube and on Twitch. I'm like, damn, YouTube chat just looks so barren and sad and depressing. You go to the Twitch chat, like everyone, maybe it's just the culture, but it's also just the convenience and just the amount of emotes you have to use. And I don't know.
I think the YouTube is behind on as far as like Twitch, as far as like I think one finding YouTube live stream is a pain in the ass for like it's not very it's hard to almost find a YouTube live stream even if you know the person's live or whatever. It's not set up well. The chat culture I don't think's really there. It's like it's set on a video service and not like so much the back and forth like commentary, which I think that's what drove me to Twitch was just like the interaction and just like people talking,
Yep.
which I don't think YouTube doesn't have at all and probably won't have for a while. I think that's what, even though like Twitch and its pay kind of sucks compared to like what the percentages are from other streaming services, that's what makes like even this like the less pay or whatever from Twitch like so good because the chat interaction is so great, and this I think that's like what really is what makes Twitch shine. It's not even so much whatever game you're playing or whatever. It's just the people that are on the platform and talking to people on the platform is just so, is like really the draw and what's amazing. But
Absolutely, I agree.
and I do like I look forward for the day where YouTube is like actually competitive. Other than I'll watch like big just chatting streamers and some of those will like go over to YouTube, but like I used to really like watching like the doc on Twitch, but now that he's on like YouTube, I don't ever watch the doc because it's hard to navigate, and until it's a good system, I don't think it will ever be anywhere close to comparable unless somebody's. I think it's really only set YouTube live streaming is only really good for people who want to really is like a secondary to their large YouTube career.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's a long way to go for YouTube to start competing with Twitch. I mean, remember Mixer? Barely. No, like Mixer tried to come out and tried to like, offer competition to Twitch, but it's like, damn, Twitch is just dominating it. They do a lot of things right. Not saying everything's right that they do, but the experience is very nice and fluid on Twitch, and it's very familiar. And yeah, the culture's already there. It's been there for over a decade, and it's just like, yeah, hard to replace this shit. I mean, you would need a literal like mass exodus of everyone leaving and something horrible happen to Twitch. But even then, I feel like, I don't know, I almost feel like Twitch would still be the king, even with some horrible event that happened. Or it's hard for people to leave something.
Yeah, people are like, I mean, I think especially with like RuneScape, people were pretty like hive minded on what's like what we like to do. I mean, you can really see that when people try to play other games that are from like the RuneScape category, unless they have like, especially if they really built their community on their gameplay, not so much their like community, like not building it on the community, like with the interactions and like just the conversation of the community, they tend to I think struggle in other games because it's just they want to watch RuneScape even. And I think like I'll watch other games as long as like the interaction's got to be good. Like that's what Twitch is to me. It's just people interacting. And RuneScape in general, I feel like is just an upgraded just chatting
Yeah.
where I get to chat to people and still play a game.
Yeah, we get like that nice balance. So like you could choose content where it just becomes, a show, like I gotta focus. But then you can also just have those moments where you're just chilling. It's nice. It
Yeah,
is
and I think
nice.
that's something that's why I struggle with like doing Inferno because I just want to like chat to people, but I'm like, no, I really just need to like nose down and focus on this because if not, I'm gonna just not do as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Twiddle
But
Twix asks, favorite Manifest episode? I don't even know what Manifest is. So,
um, I think I don't know how new it is, but it's a series on Netflix. It's got like 3 seasons. It's pretty good. It kind of like goes on to like the like mystery-ish like thriller. Basically these people went on like a flight. Something happened during the flight, then they come back and it's like 5 years later, but they didn't know it was 5 years later, and it's just like
whoa.
finding out what happened to them and like the different like nuances that happen because of that event. Um, it's really good. I've straight up I like as watched as much as I could for until I finished the 3 seasons. I know there's a third season coming, so that's or a fourth season coming, so that's really good to know because I think sometimes Netflix like never has a like history of like never finishing series because they won't do as well or whatever. But with that, I definitely would recommend like watching it if or at least giving it a try. I don't know. I saw it and I was like, this is interesting, and I binged it. As far as what my favorite episode was, I don't know. I think I watched it too quickly to know like what episode was what because I just watched them back to back as much as I could. But I will have to say the series is very good and I highly recommend it. It's a good 10 out of 10.
Dude, have you ever seen Severance?
Yeah, Severance is so good. Oh, I Chelsea Grin put me on that, and I started watching that. I think there's like 7 or 8 episodes each, and I like caught up to that, and I watched the finals or the season finale, and I was like, this. It's such an interesting concept of like what could possibly happen in the future that I think it's a really good series and another one I would highly recommend for people to
Yeah.
pick up.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, I'm not a show watcher or a movie watcher. I lose attention very, very quickly. I've just never really been that kind of person. But if there's a show that glues my eyes to the screen, like, you gotta trust me. It's a good show if I like it. So, Severance is amazing. Better Call Saul season 6
Yes.
coming out
Oh my
soon.
God.
Oh,
Better Call Saul, I would almost argue, is better than Breaking Bad.
yep. No,
It's so good. It's so good.
dude, it okay, so I'm not going to speak too soon because it all depends on this final season because they could fuck a show up like Game of Thrones or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now Better Call Saul has the potential to be the best show ever. Like just the best show. There would be no show that's better in my opinion. So I'm so fucking pumped. They're splitting it up into 2 sections, so I think it ends like in August sometime, but oh, I'm so excited.
It's refreshing that like a spin oh not like spin off or like I guess it's really more of a prequel to Breaking Bad that can like actually be good and not
Hold its
like
own sort of.
always hold its own where it's almost a separate it's really a separate thing. There's like a few like flash forwards where you get
Yeah.
where you can like
Yeah.
know the some characters, but otherwise it's like it holds its own. It's super good. It's nuanced story. It's not like the same thing that's always been
Yeah.
done.
It's so there's so many little teeny things that make it so good. Like there's just
Mhm.
little teeny story arcs of like every character. Everybody's kind of gray. Nobody really is like the good guy or bad guy. And I honestly think part of the reason it's doing so well is because it's the prequel to Breaking Bad. So it's like there's this just nonstop anticipation of like, whoa, this guy's here. What was he like before? And where is this going to lead? And whoa, I never saw this person in Breaking Bad. So what happens to them? I mean, you think of Kim Wexler, like, dude, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
because if I remember, she's not in Breaking Bad at all.
no,
I
she
don't
never
think.
had an appearance, and
She's
he
a,
never mentioned
or
her.
mentioned her, and yeah, which is crazy with how much of a like
Yeah.
large person she is in his life.
Yeah, it's nuts. So
Mhm.
I am actually like just pumped out of my mind. Also, probably the part that just gets me the most hyped is those preseason flash forwards of after he's like
Yeah,
post Breaking Bad.
the
Like those things, those little flash forwards are just like, oh
yeah
shit.
the last season didn't have too many, but before, yeah, there is like quite a few. It's like, oh, okay, and this makes sense. It's like, oh shit, this is
Yeah, it gets you.
interesting.
It's like nothing actually happens, but it's putting you on the edge of your seat nonstop. I mean,
Yeah,
when those two guys are like, "Hey, it's you, Saul," or whatever, and just shit.
it's like what? And he's like, oh, I'm fucked. Time to order a vacuum.
And
But
they cast that guy, that bully guy at the mall or whatever when he's working at the Cinnabon. Like they cast him so well because he just looks like a scary fucking dude. Like, ah,
And I think what makes this series so good and same with like Severance is how they kind of like they really baby bird you like really give you small bits of like content filler to where it makes you like think, but they don't give you too much where it's like it's like easy to know exactly what's kind of going on. I think
yep,
is what's really good. It's what like really sinks its teeth into you.
absolutely. All right. Nick or QNeeks asks, who do you look up to in the old school community and why? And then I'll just read these last 3 as well. Top 3 meals to cook. If I ever came over, what would you cook for me? And how long have you been tier 3 to Pokimane?
Okay, I'll start from who do I look up to most in the old school community? Why? I think I'm gonna not. It's way too hard to like put it into like one person. Um, I'll just start where what like inspired me to stream in general was like several years ago was Shapurka and Guns Chili when they were like a thing. They were the first RuneScape people I watched on Twitch, because what actually really got me on Twitch, it was just cringe, is Ninja. I used to watch I used to love watching Ninja play Fortnite and like that, and like that conversation that had they were like him and the people he played with on Fortnite was cool. So I was like, hey, I'm playing RuneScape. Maybe there's like people playing RuneScape. Then so I found like Shapurka's and Guns Chili's community, and they were really cool. I really liked the interaction. I was like, well, maybe this is something I can do. Then that led me to like finding Lane, because I think Shapurka rated Lane one day, and I think Lane's been one of my longest people I've followed on Twitch for like a long time. I think I've followed Lane for almost like 3 years now. Almost since like the start of her, and just like her community was cool. Um, then I think another person that's been really influential has been Swang KVK, who's a UK streamer. He's done it all from like main, from like hardcore to Ironman, and Inferno speedrunning. And I think like what I really admire about Swang or Sam is that he it's just really good interaction in his community, and it's really fun. He's the one that kind of inspired me to start like doing like green screen stuff, because he's always used like a green screen, and he always has like green screen bits, which are I think really like they're kind of cheesy, but they're also like really like fun and cool. Which like I think one of my biggest things on Twitch is to always have fun, and just like even if it's like silly, as long as it's funny, like I'm all about it. Like I'll wear Sailor Moon costumes just because I find it funny, or the recent one I'll be wearing next week is like this bunny girl costume, just because I think it's funny. And I think for like the most reasons why I like do things is just because I thought it would be funny or it'd be fun. So I think another person would be like, I looked up to Uncle when he was playing RuneScape, and he really helped me like meet new people in the community who are like more speed running, or like top centrics, or really just like high level of the community. Let's see who else. Mick Dilk is someone I really look up into the community as well. He's built a very awesome streaming community of people, of homies who just like to hang out. And if you're looking for like just a social clan to join on RuneScape, I highly recommend just joining. I believe it's just homies, is the clan, and there's always people there to talk with or have a good time with. I know anybody from the homies I could like reach out to and talk to, and they'd always be around there. So that's I think really cool like community. I think that's really important to do as well when you're streaming. I definitely look up to like you as well. You can really like when I think in that, and like when I mentioned with the hiders, like I was like, okay, Sae Bae can do this like way worse grind. I definitely can too, and just like the drive that people have. Dude, there's so many people I definitely like look up to, because I always started way more as a viewer than I ever did like a streamer, and I was like, maybe I could do this as well. But I think also like Fat Clouds is also like a huge shout out, because like I think a lot of people visit Twitch, or like what get people in stream is like doing something crazy, but he's just doing just doing is not trying to take care of it, but he's like just doing 200 mil skilling in a positive and uplifting fashion, which is I think always fun with his like banter. So he's like definitely up there as well. I don't know, I really enjoy just like in general people who have like good communities that are based on like chatting. Like Whale is another good one. Whale has got a great community as well. With people who chat, because I think like RuneScape was kind of gets me into the stream, but like banter and laughing is what get always would always get me to stay. So I think I always try to like emulate that in some capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss that truck game you played.
Trucking simulator. Oh my god. I still plan to play it again, because what's great about trucking simulator is because well I can actually drive trucks IRL. I all but have my like CDL. I have a chauffeur's license, which I can drive like some like big trucks. I've been planning to get my CDL so I can drive like dump trucks with air brakes and everything, just to like help out my dad and stuff. But like trucking simulator, what's fun about it, you can like it's driving, but you can take away like the real world consequences and just drive however you had actually want to IRL and just drive as fast as you want, drive on the shoulder, drive as drunk as you want.
It's very those were entertaining. And the other one, what was the other game where you're like on like a I don't even know, like a not a go-kart, but like one of those like dune buggy things and you're like trying
Like
to yeah.
there's like Dirt Rally, which is just like rally cars, and there was like I think it was called Wreck Fest, where there's like lawnmowers, dune buggies, and just all
Yeah.
random stuff you can drive around which is I don't know, I think it's just fun.
Yeah.
Having like the wheel and the racing simulator has been like a good investment. I think it's like a good like something different to RuneScape where but it's still enjoyable and you like I think I've always enjoyed like going fast on things and like real life like cars, motorcycles, dirt bikes where like it gives me that fix without having to worry about like injuring my frail or like the frail like life that everybody has where
Yeah.
you couldn't take those risks IRL.
Yeah. No, I agree with the majority of people you listed, except for that Sae Bae guy. Fuck that guy. No, but it really is true. It's something. Sometimes I really want to quantify what keeps me in a stream. Like, what are truly the things that are keeping me here, or the thing that like I really want to go back for. And a lot of it is just uniqueness, just being themselves or offering something completely different that nobody else is offering, and just humor as well. Like just not taking yourself too seriously and just having a good time, I think is just really key to having a successful stream. If you take yourself too seriously, you just won't have a good time streaming. You just
It
won't.
shows too normally. Like
Yeah.
if you can't laugh at yourself, I don't know, you're not that's I really have always been one to just like laugh at myself. Like
Yeah.
even though I might get mad that I like died to something stupid, it's just like it's a rapid mad to like, okay, that was like actually funny.
Yeah.
Where it's not like lasting, where I'm not like, oh, my mood's ruined for the rest of the day kind of thing.
What I don't think I've ever really mentioned this before, but before I started streaming, I remember seeing streamers like I don't know, Ice Poseidon, somebody that went, in my opinion, too far on the like trying to be entertaining, no rules, sort of like laugh at yourself, be a total like troll. There isn't like an extent to how far you should go with that, but you should also have self-respect for yourself and your communities. So there's like a fine balance of like you need both. Like you need to be funny, you need to be entertaining, you need to like be spontaneous and just have a good time and troll a little bit here and there. But if you take it too far, or if you let things go like unmoderated, things can go out of hand very, very quickly. So that was one thing, was like it's hard, it's easier said than done, of course, especially when you're beginning streaming. You have no fucking idea what it's going to be like. But a few months into streaming, I realized, okay, like I want to have fun, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of and just have a miserable time where people just treat you like shit because you're just the punching bag, sort of. So I had to like draw a clear line where it's like, still want respect, but we can have a good time, we can joke and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I think there's definitely some communities out there at the moment that have people because their content is their viewers just shitting on them. I'm like, damn, like y'all are kind of mean to this guy.
yeah.
Like, maybe not unwarranted, but with Ice Poseidon, I think I was like. I missed Ice Poseidon in or like not like I like missed him. I never really watched him or like knew he was a thing until after he was like ousted from the platform and
Hmm.
I just know like the legends of stuff he'd do and I think the only thing I think that's really cool about Ice Poseidon is how many people not in RuneScape and like large like just chatting streamers got their start from like being Ice Poseidon's like cameraman. Like Mizkif is just chatting streamer and he was got his start from being Ice Poseidon's cameraman, and I
Was
think
he
just
really?
like
Is that how he started?
yeah, he's known as he got his start from being Ice Poseidon's cameraman.
Wow.
And I think just like the like reach that like Ice end up having, I think is very interesting.
Yeah, there's people that like I would even say, like you mentioned Fat Clouds earlier, just totally can be the funniest person ever. Like just has that potential to just be uncontrol like I will uncontrollably laugh in some of his streams. Before he got partner, dude, I would be sitting in his stream in tears. Like I would be crying because of just the stupid stuff he would say and how brutally honest some of the things he would say is. Like it was just so good. And he even mentioned, and I agreed with it, like if he wasn't spending his time skilling and he went down the road of like, this is before the dual arena was removed, if he became a staking streamer, he would have been like the top. Like he would have been with Oda Block on the top of the category. That's my honest belief. If he would have just switched to like PKing and just been an absolute clown on stream every day, that shit would have blown up. But he stuck true to himself, and he knew what he wanted, and he wanted to get 200 mil all in a positive and uplifting way. So respect, but yeah, I don't know. Not everyone can be. I don't know. There's a quality. It's like a charming and like
It's just it. Like when somebody's just got it, you know?
yeah, like
There's just
they just got it. Yep.
And it's hard to like put your finger on like it, but he's just
Yeah, it's just good.
being
So
like quick-witted on your feet. I think that's something that
that is
that
exactly
he's,
it.
he's really just quick on his feet on some things. It's just like I don't know how you came up with it, and I know it was off the top of your head, but man, that hit that was super good.
Yeah, and he would come out with, I mean, he would have a new gimmick every week where just something just funny. And he doesn't got a PR team or anything. He's just fucking making this shit up, and it just every time just slapped. And he had that perfect mixture of like being toxic, but you knew deep down he didn't actually hate you, even if he talked shit on you, you know? It was something where it's like he's deep down, you know, he's like a teddy bear. So like he would say back when he would flame Coxie and he would flame Casey and he would flame anybody that he passed on the high scores, just like I fucking hate you, like I hate you. Yeah, just like shit like that where like if anybody else were to say that, you'd be like, dude, calm down. Like what? Why what? But you know it's Fat Cloud, so it's just like you know it's all banter. Anyway.
Yeah, I was just like his gimmicks are also like an inspiration. I think like always like taking his grandma out was like always like the dumbest funny thing. I don't know, it was so dumb, but I'm like this is so funny. Like yeah, I'm gonna go take my grandma outside. Like,
I gotta let my grandma out. Like what the fuck? Yeah. Nah, just great. And yeah, that's that. So he was one of those streamers where it's like if I saw him live, I'm there. And there's a few streamers, like a handful of streamers, a lot of streamers I pop into, say hi, dip 5 minutes later, do the rounds, and then I eventually make it upon one stream where I stick around. And I guess, I don't know, it's hard to really say what that is. I mean, AddyCon, I will, if he is doing Inferno on a stream, I'm there 100% of the time. Like, I'm just there because he is so fucking good at the game, and I just want to see somebody just excel out of control. So
yeah, I really enjoy watching Addy, especially on like new content. I know like normies flock to Wooks, but Addy, as far as like theory crafting and stuff like that, I think is way like more entertaining to watch than Wooks will ever be or ever has been. Because I mean, like I think Wooks has gotten to like Zesma status where he's like it's just like a known name, but he's a bit washed.
yeah,
Where
yeah.
Addy's like it and Ethereum crafting, just like all that, I think is really appealing of Addy.
Yeah, I think one thing, dude, honestly, like Addy deserves a lot more credit than he's given, and a lot more, you know, I'll just say it, like he deserves a lot more support as well. I think his content and his stuff I don't know. It just deserves a lot more recognition, in my opinion, because he is just very passionate about the game, very fucking talented, and he cares as well, and he has his own thoughts, and he likes to theory craft and stuff. Like, he's got it all, and he's got a nice setup. He really focuses on like the aesthetics of his stream and how nice it looks, so he like cares about it too. So yeah, and I agree with your take on Wooks as well. Like, Wooks, it's one of those things, like, unspoken rule, like, don't disrespect the god, you know. But at the same time, he is washed up. He has a life. I mean, he doesn't just sit on this game 24/7, and that has its own consequences. Like, you're not going to be the best anymore because there are players now that are so fucking good that play all the time. I mean, look at Afzal, or however you pronounce his name. He got a 39 combat inferno. Like,
I think it's wasn't it 38 or
I think it was 39.
okay.
It was like
But
just about to hit 40. He was like just about to tie exact, but I think he got it right before. That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. And I would say exact is the most talented, mechanically gifted, like, PVMer, I guess. But I mean, even exact has a life. I mean, you know, I don't know how much he plays off stream, but like, he's a smart guy and he's very successful in real life, I imagine. So doesn't have all the time to sink into this game. So the feats he's done is absolutely insane. But yeah, I don't know if he would have the same sort of theory crafting ability that Addy has. I mean, Addy's a great content. Like, he's a great streamer. He's a great entertainer. So he's got like everything going.
yeah, I think yeah. Then I just how like good people are. I mean, Blowpipe RS or like Jimmy,
Mm-hmm.
how much he's improved. And he's went for. I remember watching him like try to go for like sub 60s, and now he's like top 10, like going for like sub 48, sub 47, like Cates, which is just like insanely moving. I don't know, just like how much the like game has really progressed and how good people have gotten is just insane compared to
Yeah.
what it was.
I'm still waiting for his second episode of his podcast. What the fuck, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's just busy IRL a lot. I know he's been between moves and here and there, going
Yeah.
between two different cities. But shout out
Nah,
Jimmy.
I troll, but yeah, I was really excited for his little podcast series. It was going to be mainly focused on speedrunning, but damn, it's fucking tough and it's hard to stay consistent and make a true plan on like podcasting. Um, you know, like the first few episodes, you're kind of like, what the hell am I doing? But I was really looking forward to that, and I'm sad deep down that it wasn't continued immediately. Who knows? Maybe he still has plans in the future to get back on it. But same thing with the Mofo cast, man. Mofo and Jixie had their own cast, and like,
So you were on the team where you'd like want more like RuneScape podcasts,
I
not like
do. I
okay.
love. So listen, like, Alkin has rambles. He actually came out with one last night. I binge that shit. Like, come out with rambles. Come out with podcasts. I just want to hear unedited conversations talking about RuneScape. And I mean, it makes it better if you're actually passionate about the game and you spend time playing the game. I don't want to hear takes like, "Oh, this game sucks. The game sucks." Like,
I hate when people just can't get over like they think just the game sucks and they can't just move on with their life. I just don't ever hear that negativity. I still love the game. You might not love the game, but just do something better than saying you hate the game. Like,
yeah. But I mean, even the takes that are more negative, like, I still appreciate a conversation about it. But like, yeah, I mean, all I'm trying to say with that point is I'm not going to listen to just anybody talk about the game
yeah.
if they don't know what they're talking about. But there's a lot of people that do know what they're talking about, and if they were to start a podcast or start rambling and shit, and some people have. I mean, I've actively invite my community to do that kind of stuff. Like, I want it. So some people have taken it up, and it's nice. More content for me. It's tough though. It's really tough when you're beginning. I mean, I've been doing content creation for almost 3.5 years, like relatively pretty consistently throughout that time, and it takes a long ass time to grow stuff. So yeah. Anyway, top 3 meals to cook. That was a long ass first question.
Okay, so top three is like hard to eliminate. My one big thing I've been like stuck on for a while has been like I call them grilled cheese, but I guess they're more like melts, but like they're cooked like as grilled cheese. Um, like where you start with cheese and you just put whatever in them. I mean, I've made a lot of those in the past year. Um, I really like hamburgers. I make hamburgers all the time. Reason being because for Christmas, since I love to cook, I get a quarter of a cow every year, and that pays for most of my meals for the rest of the year.
Damn.
Um, I'm trying to think of another. Oh, like I also make like a sous vide ribs are really good too. Where you put like I normally prefer like spare ribs because they're more meat and less bones.
Mhm.
And you vacuum seal them. Then like basically like you boil like put them in hot water for like 16 hours and like finish them up on the grill. That's like amazing. It's the best way to ever make ribs. I could go on and on about food. Italian beef sandwiches in a pressure cooker is amazing, and pressure cookers do wonderful thing to fat on meat. Almost makes it like candy. It tastes so good because normally like fat sometimes can be like gross or whatever.
Yeah.
People don't like it, but in the pressure cooker, oh, it's amazing. But cooking is definitely one of my favorite things to do. I look forward to cooking most meals.
That's awesome. That's I think part of the reason is like that's so cool is because you're just like spending that time and you're not looking at like, oh, I could have spent this time doing something else. Like you just kind of get rid of the IRL efficiency and just enjoy the art of making food and making something nice. I think that's a good value to kind of have, like a good trait to just enjoy spending time making something that you're going to devour. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because it's like it's not even just like eating the food and it tasting good. It's just like I like the process of of like making food and like anything I have to go for and doing it. Like I've got like almost every utensil I could ever want in my kitchen just because I'll use it because I make food and it's great.
See, I would really enjoy making food more. Like I still enjoy cooking, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I'm just like lazy and I just don't want to spend the time up in the kitchen like got to do this. But I would really love it if I got to make food for other people. Like that would
Yeah,
make it so much easier. But when I'm just cooking for myself, it's like, this is
it's
fine, I
all
guess.
it's hard to like cook for yourself and not cook like too much where then you're
Yeah.
eating it for the next like 4 days and you're kind of like tired of it. So I used to like struggle with that. Now I do a little bit better on it where I can like I know what meals that I can cook bigger and I'd want to eat for like 4 days, and there's stuff that I would like just make smaller portions. And I don't know, I think if you want like getting like started into cooking and you want to do it more, like you like finding YouTube videos of stuff that looks good and like starting there, get an air fryer. Air fryers are the best thing in the world.
Yeah,
Do you
they
have
are.
one?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
They're
yeah, air
nice.
fryers are literally the best technology in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice to make frozen potatoes if you got them like fries or something like
Oh,
that.
dude, French fry.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many pounds of French fries I've gone through that air fryer.
So, what about desserts? Do you make desserts?
So, I typically don't like baking or like that kind of thing. I've always been on desserts in general. I've always been someone who rather eat like a second course and eat dessert for the most part.
Yeah.
So, and like me being like a chemistry major, I always always had to like measure stuff precisely in the lab, and like that's what I like about cooking where I don't have to measure that. It's all like sight and smell, but with baking it's more like chemistry again where it's
Hmm.
exact measurements, and I just don't care enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I like making certain desserts. I think my I'll just call it my famous Sae Bae's banana bread. It's just banana bread, but
Banana
um,
bread is great, yeah.
dude, banana bread. You put extra cinnamon, a little extra dash of vanilla as well, and then you put blueberries in the batter, dude. Nothing else really hits as hard. I mean, I'm not gonna put. Maybe I would put like really slivered pistachios or almonds maybe in it, but I've never really enjoyed nuts in stuff as much. I love nuts. Don't get me wrong, but nuts as in the food, not the yeah. Anyway, But blueberries, dude, I put them in there. I thought, I had a bad. I don't know. I was thinking, are the blueberries just gonna sink to the bottom of the batter and just cause this ooey, nasty mess? But no, they stayed exactly in the spot in the batter, and so the entire loaf of banana bread just had blueberries throughout, and it was just the sweet cinnamon banana bread that and love, just that nice comfort. And then you got that tartness, and oh my god, dude, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah,
Anyway.
banana bread's pretty good. I feel like I normally don't like eating bananas, like because it's like a big texture thing with me. Like after like 3 bites of it in your mouth, it like gets way too mushy. So like if I eat a banana, I'm like speed running it. Otherwise, like
Yeah.
most of the bananas get turned into banana bread. It's great. Using the food, like using a food processor if you like cooking. Getting a food processor cooks like will normally like mix things so quick. Like I can have like banana bread made in like 5 minutes just because it's really simple. But yeah, dude, that sounds great with blueberries. I never thought about putting
It's very
blueberry.
good.
I'm sure it gives it like a nice contrast and flavor.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just fucking fantastic. I will always do that now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have many texture problems with a lot of foods, and I don't think I even hate the only foods I actually just don't want to eat are raisins and olives. I just don't
Oh,
like those. I can't like them for some reason.
I don't really care for olives. Mushrooms texture sometimes can be like meh. If mushrooms are like diced up, fine. I don't like they don't bother me at all. Um, I hate canned fruit with like the syrup on it. That's
Yeah, fuck that.
disgusting,
That's
dude.
so gross.
I can't do that. Or like the like fruit cups people get.
And then they slurp the syrup afterward.
I can't do that at all.
Gross.
That stuff is like nah.
I agree.
Give me the real fruit. I'll be bougie about it, but I can't do the canned fruit stuff. Same with like I think that's why I don't really care for pies too much either.
I like pumpkin pie, and I actually
Pumpkin pie is
do.
good.
I like Well, actually, the best pie I've ever had was actually an apple pie, but it was homemade, and it was like apple crisp pie. I don't even know what the fuck they did to it. It was so goddamn good. And so apple pies can be amazing, and pumpkin pies. Dude, okay. I know shepherd's pie can be made in different ways, but I fucking hate shepherd's pie. I think my mom
That's
made it in a
like
bad way.
lamb, right?
It's what?
It's like lamb, right?
I don't
And
really
like
know.
potatoes.
I think it's like beef and potatoes, or maybe you can replace the meat
I
or whatever.
think there's one that I know shepherd's pie is it's lamb because like shepherds do lambs and
Oh,
then I know there's one with beef though.
yeah, we would have the ones with beef, and there's like potatoes in it, and then there's like green beans. I'm like, dude, this is fucking nasty. Like, it's fine, but putting it all together in this big mush is just gross. I hated it. And I don't think I've ever had good shepherd's pie, but I always deny it as well if it was ever offered. So maybe I'm just missing out.
Cottage pie, I think I found. Yeah, is I think it's interchangeable, but yeah.
Anyway, okay. If I came over, what would you cook for me? That's Unique's asking.
So if Keenique's coming over, I'm gonna treat him like a nice lady that I'm trying to impress. Um, I think normally it depends on the type of girl. I think Keenique might relate. If it depends if they're like you can tell if they're like a steak eater or like if they like that kind of thing, or if they're more of like a pasta kind of person.
Yeah.
If I think Cunix, I think maybe would be like a steak person. So I think I'd go with like a steak and baked potato. But if Cunix likes his steak cooked anything more than a medium rare, he's kicked to the curb.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
weird. Imagine ordering a well done steak. Can you
oh
even
my gosh.
just
One time, like, I think the last time I went out with my grandma on my mom's side, we went to Texas Roadhouse. They all came down to the city, and we went out with like my dad's side grandma and my mom's side grandma, and we're like, yeah, grandma, go get what you ever want. She's okay. She decides to get a fillet, and grandma got it well done. She's ordering it. My jaw across the table just dropped, and I like looked at my sister. I was like, what? what is she doing? Like, why are
So
you getting a?
weird.
I was honestly mad, and I like never looked at my grandma the same way again, because I was like, what? Just get a ribeye or something if you're gonna petrify it.
Yeah, that's just very strange to me. Like, okay, yeah, like no judgment or whatever, but like Jesus. Dude, it's always weird as well when you watch like Gordon Ramsay, whatever, Master Chef or whatever, when they have to like make a well done steak. You're like, who the like what the fuck? How is this even
No,
like
I just say
strange?
no. It's jerky at that point almost.
I know. Like at that point you have to eat it with ketchup or something. It's just not even a
Lots
steak.
of A1, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh. All right, how long have you been tier 3 to Pokemon? Be honest.
So I actually don't watch Pokimane. I may have a lot of her emotes in my chat, but I think she genuinely doesn't have the greatest content. I think she's like she's kind of like the OGs, how like OGs are in the RuneScape category. They're always gonna do well, but
Yeah.
I think she's just an emotable person. She's just very emotable. Like she's got a lot of emotes out of her out there, and they're all like bangers, 10 out of 10. But I don't like her content. She's just like a smiling girl to me who's doing her dances or whatever her emotes are,
Yeah.
and like I think like the Pokimane emote started in my chat was from like we call him Nemo, but he goes like by
I'm an
I'm
emo
an
kid.
emo kid, yeah. And
Yeah.
he really started like he gave me started the Pokey dance propaganda, and then it just continued to just everything, which now there's like I think there's probably at least 50 Pokey emotes in my chat just because we do what King Nemo wants, but I think she's just a very emotable person, not so much who subbed to her. I think Pokimane has been subbed to my chat more than I've ever been subbed to her chat.
Jesus.
Just because people just troll and gift her. I wonder honestly how many like gifted subs she like gets. I'm sure it's up in the thousands
Oh yeah. It would be crazy to see her like subscription dashboard and see how many
a
gifted she's
month.
got.
Yeah, that'd be so crazy.
Yeah, that is interesting because you just think of Pokemon. Like, I think maybe I've never followed her. I think maybe I've ever popped into her stream for a total of like 6 minutes ever, like total in my entire life. So I don't even know what she stream. Like does she just like a just chatting streamer or just plays random variety game? I have zero clue, but it's one of
Yeah, I
those
think.
household names. You're just like Pokemon.
Yeah, honestly, I've watched Amaranth way more than I've watched Pokimane.
Dude, Amaranth for the longest time, I finally went on MOBA and I said I'm not interested in this channel because it was just recommended to me for like 2 years straight. Like I'm talking 2 years straight. It would have 5 recommended channels and she was always on it. And so I'd always pop in, just see, what outfit she's wearing, and then like dip, and then
That's what you do. You see what she's
and then
wearing.
and then you
read
like
read the chat a little bit because that's the best part about
And then-
Amaranth is reading her weird chat and just seeing people get banned, 10 minute. That's one of my favorite parts is reading her chat sometimes and the things people decide they want to tell her.
I just remember when Indie Fox and Amaranth had like this. They were both going
Man.
hard as fuck, and they both copied each other's thing. I think I would want to say Amaranth copied Indie Fox for a lot of it. Was just those hour-long fucking BRB screens. It's just like changing into a cute bikini, but there's no fucking time limit. I'm just gonna sit here for like 2 hours in my room doing whatever the fuck, and with like 9,000 viewers watching. Like, god damn it. That's brilliant, though. I should start doing that. Just like go live and then be like, all right, I'm gonna take a 3-hour break, but not tell anybody. Just be like, BRB.
Putting on a new bikini.
BRB, fucking napping, or don't even say napping. Yeah, just like changing clothes or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I the worst part I think about Amaranth is what she did to the ASMR category is just turned it into mic clicking and disgusting. No, I feel bad for the people who actually do like nice whisper ASMR who have to be invaded by mic clickers.
I've seen some really. I think I've been scarred with what people do to those ear mics.
It's like, we know why people are appealed to this.
Yeah, it's strange. All right. Friend Zones asks thoughts on pregnant women, and what is your favorite memory so far from the homie hunts? And I love you, P sexy, or I
So
love your P sex. I don't even know.
the pregnant women thing stems from T Papa. He has a thing where it's just like a meme where it's like fuck pregnant women, but like I always
Yeah.
go in, I'm like, yeah, I'd fuck a pregnant woman. But, so it just kind of like goes from that. But in general, I think women bearing children is very nice.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, exactly. And the things that it does. What's your favorite memory so far from the homie hunts? There's a lot of one, but in my recent memory is when this last spring homie hunt, which is the homie hunts are events put on by Mick Dilk and his community where it's like bingos but hunts are where like everything's basically on the board and you're trying to like complete bosses. So it's a bit more like drawn out than bingos typically are, and it's more nice for Ironman because you kind of get a pick on like whatever grind suit you, and you get points for basically doing whatever unique drops. But I think my recent one was from the recent spring homie hunt when I was with my team and we were doing some team chambers, and Tansfang was playing on his Iron Man, and he was like cooked and he's in the raid, and he started apologizing that he picked up somebody's brew in Cox, but he's playing on his Iron Man. And I was just laughing my ass off because he didn't realize, it took him the longest time to realize, oh, I can't pick up anybody else's stuff because I'm on an Iron Man. And it was just like, it was just so dumb that it was so funny. But shout out the homie hunts. Those are always a good time. Gives me a reason to like do sire, even though I have like a bludgeon and everything to try to like grind the pet more than before I have like other goals, and just like gives me opportunities to grind things that I normally wouldn't really have a need to at the moment to grind.
Yeah. Yeah, I think T Papa was actually talking about these Mick Dilk hunts. I gotta actually add the little rest right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've just never been a big fan of bingo, and I mentioned it on that cast as well. Just like I just even though those sound a lot nicer because you can kind of just do what you were already gonna do anyway, I still just feel like this is too much stress. Imagine.
Up until last hunt, clues used to be on the hunt, so those were really fun as well. But some people ruin those by just being mains and just being able to basically buy clues rather than having to
Yeah.
grind them out. So that got ruined. But maybe if those were a thing, you'd probably enjoy that.
Yeah, what do you think about? I know this is kind of random, but what do you think about like Clue? I don't know. Like, when did you start playing old school?
Here, let me look up I can reference it from Theater of Blood.
Okay, that was 2018 June.
So it would have been like May, maybe April, March earliest of 2018. I think
Okay.
I picked up old school RuneScape again because I saw one of my two of my fraternity brothers playing it in the like library, and I was like, I know that game. RuneScape's back, and that looks exactly like it did when I played as a kid. So then I like logged in and I downloaded RS3, and then they're like, "Whoa, no, that's the wrong one. You gotta like restart again on old school." And I was like, "Okay," because I didn't recognize anything I was doing on RS3 anyways. So then ever since then, I don't think I haven't. The most I probably not logged into the game was made like maximum a week since then.
Yeah, that's pretty much me. Since basically since I made this account, I have not. Well, besides when I died and I took like a 3 week break, like I haven't taken over a week. I don't think I've spent longer than a week not logged in like once.
I've
Um,
always said I was gonna take a longer break, but I've never like I was like, I think I'm gonna quit playing for 2 weeks, and it just never ends up happening. The itch like starts, I start sweating,
yeah.
I get withdrawals.
Yeah. The reason I asked is just because like at one point Impling Jars didn't give clue scrolls, and that was back when like mains were kind of like Iron Man, even though Iron Man was barely even a thing at that point either, but like the clue hunting was, hunting the clue and then hunting the casket, like, you know, doing the steps. But now with the impling update that they made, like, I feel like that was such a, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own selfishness, my own bias that thinks it's not even selfishness either. Like, if I don't, like, I don't want clue scrolls to come from imps. So it's not something like a jealousy thing. I just think it kind of ruined what clue scrolls are in a way. Just being able to grind them out really fucking quickly on a main. Like, part of clue scrolls was a distraction and diversion, and like kind of removing that's just, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I really wish if they had added clue scrolls to implings, all implings would have been made untradeable.
Yeah,
But
I
I
was
don't know if
about
you
to
have
say
any
that.
thoughts on that.
I
Just
mean,
clue
other
scrolls.
than mediums, I don't get any. All my clues come from either thieving, easies, or just PVM.
Yep.
I'd hated. I mean, I was very blessed when I did my eclectic grind for mediums. I've spooned mediums. I think it was like 170 or whatever. But um, there's Dark Lure at the time that came out, and Dark Lure is like the best thing that ever came to Puro Puro for an
Oh
Iron
yeah.
Man, because it just brings the eclectic right to you rather than using an alt to or either doing it yourself or having an alt entangle.
Yeah.
But I I mean, what would be the next best other than eclectics? What Falador guards?
Probably, or Dagonoths with a cannon or something.
Yeah, Dagonoths
Shaman
aren't too
Temple.
bad either.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I just kind of wish I mean, there's always going to be a defined meta 100% on any tier clue, but if we're talking Iron Man specifically, I would love to see a lot of variety in getting clue scrolls. Just different ways to get it. Like, I really wish, you know, maybe even, I don't know, pickpocketing Vires or something, or pickpocketing something, or maybe even, you know, I don't know, some sort of skilling method to get medium clues at a pretty respectable rate compared to Puro hunting. I don't know. I just wish there were like multiple ways, because like Puro just dominates the medium clue scene, and hard clues there's a pretty good variety. Elite clues not so much. You got like Sarachnis, Lava Dragons, and those are kind of like the best two. And yeah, I don't know.
I don't like see with the elites. I don't like actively hunt them out. So it's just like
Hmm.
whenever I get them, I do them. Um, there is kind of like two camps with like clues though. They either love clues or clues sit in their bank, and that's all it is. So I think that's always interesting. With like for me, I did clues because I always wanted to get like the tiered like 500 easies, 400 mediums, 300 hards, 200 elites, then like 100 masters for like those awards. But now that like collection log is a thing, I think I'll definitely just like continue to do them. I don't know if I'll ever be like a master clue Andy where I like just start turning in clues.
Yeah, I've never really turned in clues. I will one day, one year, where after I complete the normal elite log and get all tuxedo pieces and lava dragon mask and ring of nature, then at that point, I mean, there really is no reason to not trade them in, besides just the annoyance of like having to get all 4 tiers. But yeah.
What do
Oh
you think about
yeah,
stackable clues?
so bad, so bad. I am so against that. Like, so
Like not
against
even
it.
like severely limited, like
No, because
free.
it's just like a snowball effect. It'll just, oh, 3. Okay, what's the difference between 3 and 5? What's the difference between 5 and 25? All right, let's just go fucking unlimited at this point. What's the point? It's like
Yeah.
it, and I'm okay, kind of, with. Okay, so let me just say stackable. I'm completely against and pretty much always will be. Now, I'm not saying I'm against being able to hold two of the same tier clue. Like, if you could just hold two hard clues, but they're not stacked, they're just actually two different clues. Um, I'm actually not
Okay.
that against that. I mean, I am still, but I think what's kind of cool is the whole Watson owl idea, and I've shared this a bajillion times, but I've actually gotten some positive feedback about it. A lot of people actually like the idea that I've heard from. of just this idea that you train hunter, you eventually will purchase an owl, or maybe you got to catch the owl or whatever I don't know what you fucking do with owls. However you get an owl, but you have an owl now, and whenever you get a clue scroll from a Slayer task or from TOB, you can send one over to Watson, and you just right-click the clue. Your owl will come and deliver it to Watson instantaneously, and then you can continue on your task or continue doing TOBs, but you can only hold one at Watson. So, but then you can get another one. And
Okay.
and the cool thing about it is you could actually reclaim the clue from Watson. So it's not like that has to be turned into a master. You can actually just say, "Hey, I want my elite clue now. Give me it."
Okay.
So
So
that's
basically
my
like a soul bearer for clues. I like
exactly.
that. I think like two would be nice because I think like for the most part, like most Slayer tasks, I'm because I'm like off stream and trying to grind to get the imbued heart. I think most tasks I normally only get, I would say about two anyways, depending on the task. So I think that would be like perfect.
hmm And I think it would be cool to kind of give a little bit of an incentive to train high hunter. Who knows? I mean, maybe you could even have more stored at Watson. I mean, the idea of it is just not to be able to do a stackable, endless grind of just, okay, now I have my 3,000 clues. It's time to hunt for a month and get all these clue scrolls done. It's like, that's just like completely defeats the purpose of clues. They're supposed to be a
Yeah,
distraction.
I definitely just like having just like a more than one, like a few multiples, but with some limit. I think, yeah, I like that because,
Yeah. Yeah, who knows? Maybe you could just have, like, maybe you could only ever have one in your inventory. And who knows? Maybe they could make the Watson teleport scrolls slightly more common. Like, I think you just trade in those Master Scroll books. I think that's the only source of them. But maybe if they
yeah,
made those more common, or you got a bigger amount, then it would be a lot nicer to just conveniently go over to Watson and be like, hey, let's just say you've completed all those milestones of clues, like 100 masters, 200 elites, 300 hearts, etc. Once you've done that, you now have a limit of 3. So you can maybe hold 3 hards, 3 elites, 3 mediums over to Watson, but you have to actually go over to him to reclaim them. You can't just all have them in your
yeah.
inventory.
I think that would probably be the most thematically making sense. Is you got it like because that would be like how everything is with RuneScape. You end up you do the skill to get more bonus of the thing. So I think that would make the most sense is if you had some bonus tied to those like tiered list of how many of each.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That'd be really. I think that'd be ideal, and I think that would doing if you had those, I think that would really kind of push like eclectics, maybe not as meta, because I think with eclectics it's just so quick to get them, and then keep going, getting a clue and rinse and repeat rather than doing the other methods.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. And I really try to not be too dogmatic with my, strong I don't know, opinions on this game. I do have strong opinions and I do know what I want, but I try to be somewhat open-minded. My open-mindedness has kind of led me to think that I don't want stackable clues, even though I can understand the appeal of it. I think there's too many downsides to it rather than upsides. But I'm going to keep my mind open. I'm going to try not to be too, I don't know. I'll try to be open-minded about stuff like that, but I am very set on my ways right now, which I understand. Anyway, all right, Crazy Kiddo asks, which one of your cats is your favorite, and which one would you shame with zero remorse if given the chance?
So I've got three cats. I originally had two. Um, I got them. There'll be five here in June. I found the original three. Well, I have two. Mine, then my sister had one from the original three. I found them in a shed when I was trying to grab a wheelbarrow barrel out to do like gardening around my parents' house, and I found the cats then. Um, and I didn't really like cats until like that day. Then I was just like, well, I can't take them to the shelter, and it was like a part of my life. I was kind of lonely, so I was like, well, these cats would be nice, and I ended up like falling in love with cats. I love cats so much. It's honestly embarrassing how much I love cats, um, but like as far as like oh then when they were all about two, a friend or a friend of my ex-girlfriend, we were dating at the time, had to like get rid of a cat, and I was like, okay, what's wrong with it? Is it like, well, is it not well behaved or something? Like, no, 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 it's like great. Because my big thing was when I was have cats, I think a lot of people have like bad experiences with cats because they're not well behaved or just kind of like dickheads. So I made sure my cats were like super loving. Like you can pick them up and like basically do whatever to them, and they'll just still like start purring or whatever. So I was really worried when I got like Maui, my third cat, that he was had like some issue, but no, he's like actually like the sweetest cat in the world. He's a giant cat. He's like 20 to 21 pounds depending on the season, and he's just like a
Sheesh.
normal short-haired cat. But I couldn't. Then the other two's names are Lucy and Sarge. They're named after the Beatles album, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And then the song in there is Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds. But as far as what one I like the most, they all have like there's like that'd be like asking your parents which is their favorite kid. And the true answer is there is not a favorite kid, because I like refer to them as my kids, but nah, they all have like their own like individual like pros and cons where they're all best in their own respective category. So no, I like I couldn't pick. Like if I had to pick between one of them out of all of them, I just like die on the spot. I would rather just die myself than live with like without any of my cats.
Dude,
Cause
I wish I wasn't allergic because I think cats are the most adorable thing ever. I'm just really allergic to them.
yeah, yeah, I really love cats. My ex-girlfriend was like apparently like was allergic to them, not like super severely, but she ended up like in the process of dating, like decided she wanted her own cat, got her own cat, even be allergic to it, and she got like just got like used to it,
Yeah.
or what the danders got used to her or whatever. Her
I
cat
would
was awfully behaved. I hated it, but that's another story.
Yeah, like I would be okay getting like a hypoallergenic cat. And I know it's not a guarantee that you won't have any allergies, but at least I could have them a lot more under control. I would still have to take an allergy pill daily, but yeah, I think that would be kind of nice when I get like more settled down and I, could actually responsibly take care of a cat. I would actually really love to have a little hypoallergenic or maybe one of those furlet, just like naked cats. What are those called?
Yeah,
What are
like I think is
what's
it Siamese? No, I
it's
don't think
something
so.
else.
That's
It's
a hairline.
what's it called? Sphinx.
Sphinx.
There we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sphinx cats. Those are still cute. I know people think that are ugly, but it's like the who was I listening to that said this? Fuck. Somebody was talking about how pets in old school should be all quirky and it was Saw Kid. Saw Kid, rank 2 hardcore Ironman came up with a ramble yesterday, and he was talking about how he just adores the pets in this game that are just quirky looking and don't particularly look cool. And he really liked the Guardians of the Rift pet, the little abyssal protector. And I kind of see it the same way with the IRL pets. Like I just like the little ugly looking ones that deserve love too.
Yeah, I think it's just like with like pets is like it's like their personality, because like I don't know, I just think my cats have great personalities, and that's why I love like my cats especially. I like all cats, but like my cats are way better than any other cat out there kind of thing, because like I just love like their personality,
Yeah.
and I think that's what's like so great about pets is you get like they like for something that can't talk, or they do listen, but I don't know how well they understand like how much personality they each can have.
Yeah. That's really cool. Okay. Speak of the devil, Mick Dilk has some questions. What are your current goals for the account? What is one of your favorite personal moments from Twitch? When will you come home to the homies? And always great vibes from your live stream. So I guess 3 questions. What's your current goals
Yeah.
for the account?
Um. So I always keep like 4 goals in the pocket. My like main goal right now is to finish getting my Inferno Cave, which I think I'm a week, maybe two maximum away from it. I always get to like high 50s consistently. So there's one. Um, a secondary goal, which I really don't stream, is doing uh Slayer for Imbued Heart. I'd really like to get Imbued Heart. I have the gym already, so I really would like to get the heart. Not for any particular reason, but I just want the heart. Like that's a lot of these grinds come to I want the item just because it's an item slot and I want to get the item.
Yeah.
Um then I think after there, as far as PVM, is finishing God Wars minus next. I don't really consider next God Wars. So on that, I have an Arma hilt left, Sarah hilt, a Sarah light, and a Zammy hilt, and I'm done with God Wars dungeon, the old God Wars dungeon. Once I finish that, I'd like to complete all clue items. I think I have all of them because about like a month or two back, I finally got the Circle Bow at like 527 KC. That was like stupid to go dry on that. I have flared trousers. So on elites, all I have to do whenever I get the step, I couldn't be asked to go to Tice Farm for the hat yet because I that's the only thing I know I'm missing from elite clues. Then I have all those requirements as far as items. Then for masters, I believe I need a Zammy hilt, a Bandos cloak, the Byrofrida staff, and I believe that's it as far as needing all clue items. I think I have all the rest of them. Oh, and I need a Zammy full helm as well.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, I have all those items in. I think like we're trying to all like I want to go back to like Theater of Blood. Um, it's really after that point, it's getting. I just have Nex, Theater of Blood, Cox, and Nightmare until Rage 3 to do. And then everything else is completed. I got Serb is done, Sire's done, Hydra's done. I mean, really don't need grotesque guardian items. I guess I'd want the core for the guardian boots, but other than that, I'm pretty much just have raids and like large PVM to do.
What's your?
Then
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
then like after like trying to do I know I can do elite combat achievements. I think that's definitely in there. Then work towards master, then eventually grandmaster. Grandmaster is like way down the road, but I think elite then master is on the table for sure is what and with my current gear I could do.
Yeah. Elite's like massive just because it is such a big help for like elite clue scrolls and stuff.
Yeah.
Like rushing that's pretty important. I wonder if they're ever going to come out with more rewards for master and grandmaster, especially because a lot more people now with the KC reductions have grandmaster completed. I mean, not like a huge chunk, but like, you know, a significant amount of people have got that. So I wonder, like, I don't know, maybe in a year or two's time, what if they'll ever consider adding different perks and stuff, because inevitably more things are going to be added to like the grandmaster list and master list with new bosses coming out and stuff. So I wonder if with all that they're also going to consider adding new rewards and benefits to doing it. Anyway.
Yeah. I think it's just like a thing to do for me so much more than like the rewards. I think they're just kind of fun to do regardless of what benefits I get from them.
Yeah, there's no like rush, or technically there's no real need. I just think it would be cool. I don't know. I have already listed. I'm not going to go into it. I've listed what I kind of want to see from rewards. But also, I wanted to ask you, I don't know why this just popped up, but I like to ask my guests this as well. And we're not toward the end quite yet, but I'm going to ask, what is your favorite item in the game? And why?
Um,
Out of every single
prob-
item.
it's probably like honestly like the bow fairy denium is what it's probably like I think the best one. it's such a like do all item, and like now like so much progression meta is like reliant on it, because I don't Inferno would be like way harder with me having to use like an ACB
Yeah.
rather than like the both was just nice. And I mean, I like the waves, I still still pretty much use um blowpipe a lot, but like in the niche situations where you need like a little bit extra range to hit something with the bofa, or to like like snag a nibbler with a lot more accuracy than just like barraging and a lot quicker. um yeah, the bofa was so nice. The bofa changed, really changed the game, and like me wanting to really get to that completion in game like every item Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Then like I guess like the Lance would be like a real close second, which how like versatile it is, especially with how like prominent Dragonkin is, especially with like how good it is in Chambers as Eric.
Yeah. I always choose the third age bow. Just not really particularly for its like insane use, but just how badass of a weapon that looks. And it actually is good too, which is cool.
Yeah, is it like still like one of the best weapons for like fight caves because of its range and like
Yeah, it's
the three tick?
yeah, it's 3 tick. It's the equivalent of a crossbow from the wilderness, except you actually get higher. What is it? I think it's just 10 higher accuracy
Okay.
with dragon arrows. Assuming dragon arrows, I think it's the same strength as a crossbow, but you get 10 extra accuracy, which is not that significant, but it's still like badass. I don't know.
Cool. I think. Oh, I mean, like an amazingly sick item to have would be a third age pickaxe. I think that's
Yeah,
like
that'd be
that
dope.
would be like that's like the ultimate flex.
Yeah, I still think a third age bow is cooler, just because it's more OG. It has like that nostalgia factor. Third age pickaxe is relatively new, just created. I don't know. It's the same thing with druidic. I think druidic and the tools are just more new school stuff, and they just don't hit quite the same as like the OG sets and weapons and stuff. And I know the weapons are relatively new too. I think those came out with the elite expansion on old school. I'm not actually sure the full lore with RS2 and stuff with clue scrolls, but yeah.
Yeah, those like I guess I forget about those items. Those are kind of like hitting the lottery IRL like items. It's just
Yeah,
like,
for real.
well, yeah, I mean, a car is cool, but I'll take $200 million. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. No, you know what's also crazy? I don't know if you watched my ramble where I was talking about like if you were an Iron Man and you wanted to get a third age piece, like if you just wanted to grind out a third age piece just to say you have one, like what's the hours? And we calced it and it was like 540 hours if you wanted to quickly go get a third age piece on your Iron Man. Like that would be the average rate if you went and barrage jellies nonstop efficiently.
yeah,
So
I
puts that
guess
into
I mean,
perspective how rare that shit is.
yeah, I watched recent ramble on the jar of the Skatizo one. Is it was
Yeah,
it
Jar of Darkness.
Dark? Yeah, that's crazy, but I think Jagex always messed up on not making that stuff untradeable anyway. I think they intended to be, but then they weren't, and then it just continued. But I don't know. I would that doesn't ever needs to be that rate. Somebody wasn't like thinking when they
Yeah,
calculate how like not grindable Skatizo is.
yeah. And again, like I always play devil's advocate. Of course, I would love it to be changed, but I would just love it to be changed because I know it inevitably will be changed down the line. And so that's my problem with it. But like, it's a fucking useless item that's just a flex. It's like the equivalent of third age at this point. So they could just keep it forever, and I honestly wouldn't be bothered if it just made a stance and said we'll never change it because nobody's going to complete the collection log anyway, like regardless if that gets changed or not. So
Speaking of like collection log and like completion, how would like what would you feel like the like about like a completion cape or whatever? Because I know they like Kieran kind of talked about it on a couple Q&As ago. I think I missed a few, but like how it'd be like maybe like 80% of completion would get you the completion cape, or
I like the creativity with that, but I still think that's just I'm just against a completionist cape. It encourages voting no to things. It encourages making things dramatically easier. Even if the cape has no stats to it, I mean, it's still a fucking flex. So people will just constantly be trying to make things easier, and then trying to, isn't necessarily a bad thing to try to make things easier. It's nice when things get quality of life. So it's not just made faster, but it's made faster in turn by making the content better. I just wanted to put that out there. But I am a huge fan, and I've mentioned this before, a collection log book, a wieldable collection log that's upgraded every 100 logs. So,
Like cosmetically or
yep,
whatever.
just cosmetically. Maybe it'll have a teleport or two. I would say Varrock Museum would be awesome to have a teleport there. Preferably not to the ground level of it, but to like one floor lower, just like in the museum actual part. Like right when you go down the staircase. That'd be a cool little teleport. Help with that little master triple step right there where you have to dig. And, it's nothing game breaking, just a teleport. And maybe they could have another teleport to. I was even considering, this sounds crazy, and this is not a super well thought out idea, so keep that in mind. But what if God pages, that you get from clues, could be
Yeah.
stored in the collection logbook, and those act as the teleport charges? And there would be, this is the crazy part. That part's not the crazy. That actually makes thematic sense, I think. And then you had a teleport to every library. So just this big ass pop up menu that just teleports you to any library in the game.
Huh.
Like,
That's like I think that's like niche enough where it's not game breaking, but like cool enough where it could like shift some metas or like ways to get somewhere. But
and
ever
they're
to
not.
ever
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I just wanted to quickly say, and they're not unlimited because you would have to use the God pages as the charge. So they're
Mhm.
valuable teleports. Anyway,
Yeah, I would like to see those like more valuable again because I remember when I like went back, I started playing again, and like I think Zammy pages were like 200K, and now they're like 12K or something like ridiculously cheap. And but I have been saving them in the like copium that maybe one day you can use them for
same,
something.
same. Just keep inhaling that copium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because of the bank update. That's been so nice for kind of
Oh
keeping
yeah.
things that I wouldn't have kept before. And I still have like my bank's like full, and like most I think I have the 840 slots right now. Or no, I have more than that. I have 920, I think. Yeah, 920. And most outfits store in the house other than like graceful, and I still don't have any slots. So it's like thank God for that update. That was the biggest. I never thought we were ever gonna see more bank space added.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. In fact, there's been a lot of very, very nice niche quality of life updates that I thought would just never be added because the game engine is just so fucked.
Yeah.
But no, they surprise us. I'm actually, speaking of bank space, so I am at 1160 slots right now. And I just have that last 40 space chunk left to buy, and it costs 500 mil for one extra unlock, but I'm going to get it, and I'm 98 mil away right now.
Holy.
So, and I have all the alks already. Speaking of the fucking alks again, I just got to alk it. So, yeah, probably before the end of the week. Well, no, probably early next week. I'll have all 1,200 slots, and I'm excited to flex it. So,
How many do you have actually filled of that?
actually over 1,000. Like
Wow.
I've been so I completely removed my seed vault. Fuck the seed vault. I hate that thing. I just cleared all the seeds and shoved them in. I now have
Really?
I now have like my grimy herbs in my tab as well. Which, those were things that I always kept up clean before the bank space added.
Uh,
And I keep my potions, like my 1 dose, 2 dose, 3 dose. They're all just scattered in the potion tab. So that's just a lot of bank space used.
yeah. Shout out to Seed Vault though. I think I like just collecting crap because like there's a lot of seeds in there I'm never ever gonna use, but I like to see the number go up and just like having a collection there. But like having I have like 100 several thousand Guams, Terriman, Marintel, and like Harlander seeds that I'm never gonna use, but it's just fun to just see that like go up. So that was a really nice update. I keep most like usable seeds in mainly usable seeds being like herb seeds and pretty much just herb seeds. If I anytime I like had tree seeds, I just deposited them into the seed vault.
Yeah, there's nothing inherently wrong with the seed vault, and I actually agree with you on the points of like just collecting shit. My issue with the bank vault is I felt like I had to always make a stop there. Like if I'm opening my nest, okay, well I don't want to shove these shitty seeds in the bank, so I kind of like I don't know. It's just like it was an annoyance. Plus the interface of the bank or of the seed vault acted like the Cox banks, where it's like shit wouldn't register sometimes. Like you're trying to pull
Yeah,
out 3 seeds real quick and you only pull out 2. You're like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
so that was just
With
irritating.
with the bird's nest, I just like stacking those and just to get a nice stack, and then I'll eventually open them. But
Yeah.
I'll do it at the farming guild just
Yeah, I didn't
because.
I didn't like being attached, having this like chain to the farming guild. Like, oh, you always got to go to the seed vault. So I just, as soon as bank space was added, I'm like, I'm clearing this whole thing. I'm never touching the seed vault again. I'm just letting my bank do that. So it's been nice. All right, Mick Dilk's second question was, what is one of your favorite personal moments from Twitch? If you have any.
Um, I think that's like a pretty hard one. I think there's just like so many like little moments that add into like a like whole like streaming career, and what's memorable. Like I don't know. There's normally like a lot of things I can remember, but there's just so many moments where I'm just like cracking up laughing at like whatever regardless. And we watch a lot of like videos on my stream on like downtime when I'm doing like a farm run or like doing something less entertaining. So we'll pull up like YouTube videos and just like laughing at videos until like I'm like nearly like pissing my pants laughing just because they're just ridiculous. Have always been just like a highlight of like doing streaming. And just I don't know, anytime like you can come in, like somebody can come in and like leave your stream having like a better day or being like more upbeat than they were when they entered is always like a favorite moment of mine.
Yeah. I would say mine is just the mace. If I had to just choose a moment, I would say when I got that mace was just crazy. Couldn't believe it. Yeah. All right. When will you come home to the homies?
So as much as I loved like the homies clan, it's more of I'd call it like a social clan more than like I mean there's plenty of like PVM gamers, but I've been a part of Renatus PVM. Shout out Renatus for a good since it started about like I think we're going on like 2.5 years, 3 years now. Where I would never want to leave that because I'm like one of the OG members. I always know a lot of people. We're a large clan. We're at like 500 out of 500 slots filled with like quite a few people on the wait list that are like in the Discord but aren't like officially ranked. Um, I know. Shout out like Chris Tomps. I know he did a lot of next with you.
Mm-hmm.
He's in there. A lot of good just like gamers who just have like plenty of advice and just people just to go with. So I don't see me coming home to the homies, even though I joined shortly for like the homie hunt. So I guess probably the next time I would come home like for a vacation to the homies would be on the next hunt because those are always good times. But shout out the homies community.
Hell yeah. All right. P Diz asks Zora grind thoughts, favorite foods. Talk about your pet cats. We've already kind of talked about the foods and the pet cats, but Zora grind thoughts.
So Zolra was one of those like stupid grinds that I did. I wanted a Serp helm again just because I wanted the collection items fought in. I ended up going stupid like pretty dry for this 2,141 just for a Serp helm.
Jesus.
And I think the funny thing about the Serp helm is like I still haven't used it. I filled it with Zolar scales and just never used it just because it's just like again it's just one of those items where I just want it. The only reason I really the one reason I slightly wanted it was for next KC so you can like venom everything then kill one to make it like slightly more efficient to get like stack a lot of next KC and Sarah were the only really reasons, and that's just because I planned to do it one day, and I was like, I had the homie hunt, and I was like, well, I'm gonna get this item on the hunt. I did like 1,000 KC in a week, just like pretty casually, and I didn't get it during the homie hunt, and the hunt ended. And about an hour and a half later, I finally got the SERP right after the one item I was trying to get for the event. But yeah, the Zulrah grind is again something like the Hydra grind. Well, it's like, well, at least I have a lot of scales, but it wasn't too bad because I had the Bofa and I just basically did like how you do with the Tivo setup. You just Bofa only everything, and it was kind of nice. I have almost all the combat achievement tasks done for Zulrah. I've been like off 1 second the Grandmaster time like 3 times with the Bofa. And I was sweating it too because I was using Venge and Spellbook swapping the thralls,
Damn.
trying to get it. I mean, I could try like switch, but it was just so convenient for longer trips using like the Bofa and really no supplies used other than like some crystal shards on the armor. But it was, I don't know, it wasn't a bad grind. It was something that set me up well. I have like tons of magic seeds if I ever decide to go for whatever 100 mils farming, or not like quite that, but I mean I already have like 99 and I do plenty of farm runs as it is, so there's no reason to do tree runs at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was one of those fine grinds. I thought I was gonna go like the 3,000 for Hydra. I really thought I was gonna get a mutagen before the third helm, but unfortunately that didn't happen. But it's nice now that I can do Zulrah and not be pained like seeing another dupe that I have, because now it's just like scales, not like that could have been something else.
Yeah, they really nailed it with like being able to dismantle uniques for something that's very valuable like Zulrah scales. That was just awesome. I wish they would do that with more things. Like I just think of my nightmare grind. I got 10 fucking nightmare staves. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with them? Like, I don't know. Like, I guess I could alch them or whatnot, but it would be kind of cool if you, I don't know, you just.
Death's Coffer. That'd be about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always keep, I've never dropped anything over to my main as far as dupes. So I keep things like stacked. And I think it's another thing where it's just like number go up, and I keep like several, I always keep at least like one magic fang on me, and God forbid I go into a high risk world and lose my blowpipe or something. And but yeah, I would, because the reason why I always did this, because one time I wiped at Hydra. I lost like, it wasn't too bad. I lost a Slayer helm, Hydra leather, a B ring, and a rune pouch. So those were the things I lost because I died at Hydra. Then I like wiped on the way, like that my client or the rune light DC'd while I was going next to the little hydras, because I was didn't have the agility level at the time. So ever since then, I'm like always gonna keep everything, and the only thing I like put in Death Coffer right now is like Barrows, like dupe Barrows items.
Yeah. Okay. Creep asks, have you gotten to wave 47 in Inferno? Thoughts? When will Demon Sax get released on SoundCloud? And tell us your fave RS memory. Ooh.
So do you know like the meme around wave 47?
I have no idea. Isn't that like the easiest wave?
Well, so it
wait,
comes from Dear Lola doing like pure cape in the Inferno, and basically had the major corner trapped, and he's just getting like ate alive by bats because he's on a pure. And Avzal, the low level Inferno god, is in the chat saying, just pray range, bro. And he goes, don't give me that shit, bro. I got the major odd B. and he just had like bats on me, and it's just like, because he flamed like the low level Inferno god himself. And so it's been like, it's like, and then he's like, wave 47, man, I fucking hate this. What am I gonna do on wave 47? And it's just been like kind of like a meme, like kind of, I mean, poking fun at him because he's like ranked 10 Inferno, but he's still like not that great at the Inferno. So it's just like just funny, and it's kind of just slight banter.
It reminds me of when Exact entered my stream. This is like month one of my stream ever. I hadn't even heard the name Exact before. He wasn't like big at that time. Like nobody really knew who he was. Comes into my stream and starts like, he just says a really nice tip for me for like solo raids. I'm doing solo raids and he just gives me a few pointers. I'm like, all right, buddy. Like, all right. Like, kind of like,
Yeah,
I don't know who
just
you are, but
backseater.
you're like just
Yeah.
backseating. And then you realize it's Exact and you're like, ah,
I
shit.
fucked up. Yeah, that
It's like,
was good advice.
yeah, it's like Afzal, like literally the Inferno God comes in, gives it some advice. You're like, fuck off. You're like, dude. Yeah, that's funny.
It's funny with stuff like learning content, especially learning Inferno. There's people who literally only watch people who are learning Inferno just to, like backseat out of it. It's sometimes it's so annoying, and they'll be sitting there, miss the tank the hit, miss the tank. It's like, dude, I know, I'm trying to survive right here.
Yeah.
Playing RuneScape chess and you're over here counting every tick. Eventually, I used to get really annoyed with it, and I would just put my chat on to like follower only mode when I'd be doing Inferno, just because I didn't want to backseat. I don't mind like people I know that know what they're talking about, like giving tips and saying what to do. That's always fine, but it's when it's some this like random person, and I'm just like, maybe say hi first, or their first message is PB or attempts. Like, yeah, I've been counting each attempt I've been doing, but that's always a treat.
I'm glad that, and I don't mean to say this like arrogantly at all. I'm just glad I'm pretty good at the game, so I don't get that shit a lot. Like, like I know that doesn't sound great, but I mean
It's
it just as
true.
like I don't understand the full effect that somebody would have, because when people backseat me, it's like, yeah, some of the time they're right and stuff, but a lot of it actually I don't really get backseated ever. It's always just questioning. It would be like somebody going into like Wook's. Nobody's gonna backseat Wook's. They're gonna question him if he's maybe not doing
Mhm.
something. So it comes off just calmer. Where like if you're known to be like bad at the game, or like people are like, oh, this guy's new, then it's just like comes off as people telling you like, do this, do this, do this. Like, I'm so glad I'm not in that position. Instead of people telling me to do this, they're like, why are you doing this? And it's still kind of backseating, but it's just in a nicer way, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to go about it. It's like, so if people just don't get, I'll just be like, how long are your arms? And they'll be like, what? They'll be like normal length, and I'm like, but damn, dude, like you're driving all the way from the back seat. That's crazy. And normally they just think it's so stupid they fuck off.
Oh my god. All right, when will Demon Sax get released on SoundCloud? What is that?
So Demon Sax is an edited version of when I was at Hydra, and
Is that
like
is that the alert, by the way? The sound alert?
that's the fucking
That
extremely loud
loud.
one. And anyone go, so it's like no, 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 not another fucking jar.
But it's like slowed down dramatically.
It's slowed down and like bass boosted to just sound like awful. And it used to be like a channel point rower that I'm like, I've got to get paid for doing this. So then it
Yeah.
used to be 100 bits, and I'm like, that isn't enough. So then I broke it down into parts for, so now just the first no is like 200 bits, and then like so on for the full thing. Because I just like want it. People really don't like care for it that much. Like only the true OGs of the stream like really like it. Other people normally just like leave or find it annoying. So I was like, I might as well, if I'm gonna suffer from it, I might as well get some like more money on it. But I think so. Creep, I think always has like trouble waking up. So she said she wants it for like an alarm clock. I think that'd give me like a heart attack, dude. Sometimes dude, people get me with it so good. They'd be like, the other day. I was like, I swear I hear people. And like, yeah, I clipped it and I hear people too. I'm like, okay, link the clip. And I'm like trying to listen into this clip where I can hear, like, I thought I had my TV on upstairs and I thought I could hear it, but I went upstairs and it wasn't there. So they clipped it, and then like I'm like ears are tuned in and somebody drops it like 200 bits that where this scares the shit out of me. And I'm a very jumpy person. Like it's the reason why I don't like horror movies because of the jump scares, not because they're scary. I just hate when somebody goes like boo and it scares me.
Yeah.
So it always gets me like really good, especially when I'm not expecting it.
Yeah. That's funny. I don't really like jump scares either. I'm not a big fan of horror movies either. I'm a big fan of like thrillers.
I like horror movie as long as it doesn't rely on jump scares to be scary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then they're fine. If they're actually scary, that's great. Those are actually enjoyable to watch. But if it's stuff just like jump scaring you the whole time, that's not enjoyable.
Yeah, I also don't like the cookie cutter horror movie that's like, oh, some possessed demon child, or just like, I like thrillers. I like stuff that's like, oh shit, like this is dark, or this is
Yeah,
scary, this is like
mind
creep.
fucks kind of
Yeah,
thing.
this is like
Yeah.
this is like creepy kind of, but it's not just like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, now tell us your favorite RS memory. Uwu.
RS memory. Ooh. I don't know. I think like this is way generalized and not like a specific menu, but like just like meeting people, I would like call friends throughout like streaming. Like I know like people get into like parasocial relationship, but like there's so many people I like generally like call my friends and that like I would definitely like want to meet like IRL and hang out with because they're just chill, cool people and not because they like sub, but just because they're like honestly cool people and I like interacting with them. I think that's like really my favorite part of like RS and like Twitch in general. Like yeah, like like getting an item that you're dry on is really cool, but like at the end of the day, it's like the journey and like the friends you meet along the way and why you're doing things that are like way more impactful than I think getting some one item.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's interesting thinking about, like, because I live in a place where I've never lived before and I don't know anybody here, like not many people. And so my friends are my online friends now. And so it's like it means more to me than like people would think, I think. Like making friends online is pretty cool. And I
Yeah, like
yeah.
and I love like with that like I'm like pretty much I like stayed in like my college canon, but most people have pretty much like moved away or done their own thing. So like on doing like movie nights with the Discord and just like hanging out with them is like super fun and that's something I like do regularly. Like at least 2 to 3 times a week is be watching a movie with the Discord, and it can be a good movie or just some random shit movie or like Shrek. Like it doesn't matter. So, but yeah, those like definitely people make like a mad difference. Like sometimes like you want to end stream, but then when you end the stream, you're like, well, just me now. Like it's not. It's different. And sometimes it sucks. You know.
Yeah. I have these moments where I end stream maybe prematurely, or like I could have gone for a few more hours, but I ended it because I'm just a little like uncomfortable just
Hmm.
physically, like I just want to go sit down on the pot, or like I want to go eat some food and just lay down in a different position rather than sitting on my chair.
Hmm.
And then like 5 minutes later I'm like, I should have just kept the stream going because I want to keep streaming, but like I've already ended it, so there's like this unspoken weird rule that I follow. That's like as soon as I end a stream, don't start it back up. Even though I easily could. Yeah. All right. 42 asks, explain lore of Yo fuck PSacz. When do we get in Catboy made PSacz? How you so cracked with the fits and green screen, and then good clip. There's a clip here. I'm scared to click it because I don't want to be demonetized if it has music, but yeah.
Uh, I don't think it does. It's always it should be. I don't. Here, I can check it for you.
Okay. Is it good? Is there any music in the background?
No, it's just the crab game. Like like game music, which is just like random,
Okay. I'll
like
play it.
piano or whatever.
I'm gonna play it for 18 seconds. Jesus, fuck, it's loud.
The fuck down, PSacz. That's the only pleasure I'm gonna feel all day out of this shit game. Is killing PSacz.
I don't even know what's happening, but it's funny.
Yeah, so basic. I'll explain that. Basically, it was we got a bunch of streamers together with the help like Mick Dill mainly put it on, and we played Crab Game, which is basically based on like Squid Games. It has a bunch of like random like mini games and stuff. It's like Fall Guys, but like way more indie and way more scuffed. And basically, Uncle's whole goal was to like kill me and like rag me in the game, and I just with sometimes competitive games I just get worked up. And I wanted to win and etc. So that was Uncle hated the game, but he got joy from it from killing PSacz in game. So that was it was good. And that grade is a great a great transition to explaining the lore of fuck PSacz. So this one basically started. I used to like not sleep very well, and Uncle and like Zert Nerd would always stream like late at night, so I'd like pop into their chat and like banter. And then eventually like became like I got really good at like trolling Uncle and like getting underneath the skin with like little like comments. And normally it'd be like Theater of Blood when he had a rivalry with Sodaseg and would often die there. So I would just like know where to point, like poke the buttons and just push things a little bit too far. I used to basically be like a shitter troll of Uncle. So that started like fuck PSacz. And that like progressed into like he was really done with my shit, and I got banned from his chat permanently, and it ended up being a 5-month ordeal of me being banned from Uncle's chat, and it took a
Wait, he
a letter.
actually hated you.
He actually hated me. Then it took a letter written with the help of me, Secon, and Mest, and he would consider unbanning me. And it was the reading done by Secon of the letter would finally get me unbanned from Uncle's chat. Then we've made up, and like we're good in there. Like I'm a VIP and everything, and. Yeah, that's basically the lore of fuck PSacz. We went from troll. I went from trolling him to being banned to being one of his good friends.
That's awesome. I love Uncle. And for those
Yeah.
listening, we actually had Uncle on the Sae Bae cast last year. Go check it out. I forgot what number it is, but it's one of those. I think it's in the 20s.
Yeah, it's one of the earlier ones, I think, for sure.
I think it's like 20 or like 18 or 19 or 20 or 21, something like that. When are we getting the Catboy made, PSacz?
So my Amazon wish list has a bunch of like odd cosplay outfits in it, like Sailor Moon maid stuff. The recent one, which will be premiered next week, is like a bunny girl costume. If you ever seen like the iPhone emoji of like the two girls dancing with ears, it kind of looks like that. It's got fishnets, a bunny tail. And my rule is like I just put it up there. If somebody buys me the outfit on the Amazon wish list, I will wear it. So that's like basically the whole thing. I just do it because I think it's funny and just like different content. I don't know it's just funny to me.
That's awesome.
So I guess whenever somebody buys me a Catboy made outfit is when I'll wear it.
All right. Ripperoo asks, why did you do it?
Either why'd I do it is either because I thought it was funny or I was horny.
All right. New Nels is very excited, by the way. I actually went to her stream. She was very pumped for this episode. She loves your content. So
Shout out Nunu.
all right. Steven asks, what happened with your impersonator? And did you ever find out who it was? You had an impersonator?
I did have an impersonator. I had somebody trying to ruin my reputation on Twitch. He would basically go into different chats with like similar names like PSacz, but was like maybe missing a Z or with a K, really just like normal, and just would like say like either like really racist or like sexist
Jesus
things.
Christ.
And the worst part about it, he did it to streamers that I in the RS community, but I don't like watch a whole bunch
Oh
or
my
not that close
God.
to. So it was just like, what the fuck? And luckily, like I just got the word out, and it's just like, yeah, if it's not like my specific name, it's like not me. Um, and I think it made most people just like one tick banned it, but it ended up being this guy called his name is Milfweed, and he's very, I guess, like famous and like around like my community about having like a bunch of alts. Like he has like when I say bunch of all, this dude literally has like hundreds of Twitch accounts that he just makes and pretty much just gets banned on them. Um, I generally don't want to give him like the attention, and I really genuinely wish he would get the help that he needs to like why he's like doing these things rather than just like continuing on this. But yeah, I eventually found out I knew I was pretty sure it was him. But then eventually, like, I knew for sure it was him because he did an unban request on his alt called Milfweed's alt, and he goes, not asking for forgiveness, but I wanted you to know the fake PSacz accounts have been deleted. I took it too far. Love you, Big P. Dead ass, no cap, Walla, inshallah. And I honestly, if he would have actually said he was sorry in there, I would have just unbanned him and just like let it be. Because I'm just like forgiving, I guess people make mistakes, but he said I took it a little far, and I was like,
That's not an apology. Yeah.
I'm like, no, like, no, nope. Like, and so now he just says like banned to this day. And the funny thing was, like, when I was like telling people, like, I made a tweet, I was like, yeah, this is me. He goes by like these two accounts names are very similar, and I listed them. And I was like, one guy replied, he's like, is this the new path to get partner? I've heard of people doing this lately to like get their exposure out there. I'm like, dude, like, why would I do this?
That's
I don't
so
care.
cringe. Yeah.
I was like, I just don't want people to think I'm like sexist and racist because he's saying so like awful stuff, and he'd be like that person that like plugs their own stream, and they'd be like, yeah, follow plug this my stream's so much better, yada yada yada, and it just like I was like, oh come on, man, just like doing like the worst like brand new streamer kind of behavior along with being like sexist and racist.
I wonder if that's like illegal almost. Like I wonder if you could actually like get a case for like somebody going around just pretending to be you and like speaking. I don't know. Not like to say if it ever. I don't know the whole situation if it got to that point. But man, if there was a person that was just trying their very hard, the very hardest to just tear me down and doing shit like that, oh my god, like there's got to be some fucking consequence to like pulling that
Yeah, like
shitty stuff.
defamation or something.
Yeah.
But like the funny, I like put a support ticket into like Twitch, and I was like, yeah, these like accounts are like doing it. I've got like proof, screenshots, put like imagers in. I like literally got nothing. I was like, okay, cool. But eventually he just like quit his shit, and then well he like stopped, and then it was like a few weeks or months after he like did the unban request, and I was like, okay, it was you. Like I like and it just because I used to feel bad because I was like I don't know for sure it's
Yeah.
you, but like anytime you'd know his accounts when he made the accounts, it just would be
It's like you
it
can
was
tell
pretty
who's
obvious.
typing.
He
Yeah.
speaks in like broken English, and most of the time are just like incomplete thoughts, so it's just always really obvious. And I was like, man, like I like always was like, dude, like, okay, you get your one message. Do you have anything to say? And it'd normally just be some like shitter message, and I'd be like, okay, see ya, make a new account. And then it went like on and on, and like the reason why I believe he started is because like uncles never liked him. I was in uncle's chat, and he's like, "Is this a milkweed account?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's a milkweed account," and that's what started his whole idea of trying to wanting to like ruin my reputation and impersonate me all over that. And
So
other before
cringe.
like he'd be like want to be like one of those like banters, and sometimes it'd be like too far, and like I know like I have like a whole bunch of channel point rewards in my stream, and like if you want to spam those, like I don't really care most of the time, but sometimes it's like not the time. So I just feel like, dude, quit it, or yeah, you can stop it, or you're 10 minutes and you keep going. It's like, all right, 10 minutes, see you in 10 minutes would be like most of the interaction, because like I really don't care. I think that's what they're there for, but like there's a time and place. But then yeah, I just went too far, and that's a story of my impersonator. I never thought it'd happen. I always like jokingly said I wanted to like a stalker, but now I definitely don't want another stalker, because I thought it'd be sweet, somebody wants me
Somebody
that
that's so
bad.
obsessed with you, yeah.
Yeah, but then I was like, nah, never mind. Bad take, bad take.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, I'm only seeing one last question here, but it's already 3 things we've talked about. But if there's anything else to be added, I guess I'll ask you. Dank Cyanide asks, what's the secret to an amazing grilled cheese? How do you get through the item grinds you face? And also, how are you so good at truck driving? So, if there's anything
Secret
else.
to amazing grilled cheese, sourdough. You lay the sourdough in there, make sure the dough's nice and dry. Then you apply mayo, not butter, on the outside and use that, and it makes a nice crispy crust. Um, how do you get through the item grind you face? Basically, like I just like want the item. Like it's not like how useful it is. I just want the item, and that's basically what always drives me to finishing, is like, oh, I want the item, and it feels good like finishing something is what I sometimes, like I think in my life will like start something and don't finish it, and I always try to not do that in RuneScape. I always try to like go things to like completion. How are you so good at truck driving? Sheer determination and will and just driving as fast as I possibly can, regardless of what the load looks like after I'm done.
All right. I have a couple last things I want to ask you. But is there anything else that you would like to have covered before we wrap things up?
We do have some the imager question.
Oh shit! All right, shoot
We
here.
could- I could-
Let me pull those up again. I completely forgot that there was like some other things. Here, how about this? I'll let you choose 3 that are the best, because it looks like a lot of them are kind of troll and things that we've already somewhat covered.
Yeah.
But if you choose 3, we can kind of cover them, like 3 good ones.
What contributed to your decision to go full time? What was the final piece of the puzzle that allowed you to make that decision? So I try to like use the term like full time very loosely. I think it's very temporary, my full time on Twitch. What contributed to that decision? I graduated college a year ago with a degree in chemistry, but during college I interned slash worked at a non-for-profit doing youth work, and I really started enjoying like youth work and helping youth around my community find their like passion for science and STEM. And I ended up really getting really good at that and learning project management skills. So once I was getting ready to graduate college, they offered me a almost full-time job. It was like 4 days a week. It was kind of like height of the pandemic. I was working from home. I really liked working from home. And I was like, I can play RuneScape and work from home. Deal. I didn't really work that hard, and it paid well enough. I mean, not that great, but it paid. Um, so I've been doing youth work since I was like a sophomore in college. Then for about 1 year after I graduated, it eventually became that like kids, once they started transitioning back to like actually going to school and not being at home, were like super disrespectful and rude, where I no longer, it really took away my like passion for working with youth. Like due to like a TikTok trend at one point, they had to take away the like soap from the stalls in like the bathrooms, because like the kids just destroyed bathrooms because there's a TikTok trend, and this is, mind you, in the
Jesus.
middle of a pandemic. So yeah, these middle schoolers, the most they washed their hands was with some hand sanitizer, which is gross just thinking about that. But then along with just like being disrespectful in the youth programs I led, I was just I was kind of like done with it. At the end of the year, I got like screwed out of like I think it was like 4 days of paid vacation, and like no like raise at the end of the year, even though despite working hard, I was hiring people that were making just like a quarter less than me, and I just like no longer felt that it was like worth it. And I kind of got to like the top of where like as much as my like position could go as far as promotion, it ended up being like a lot of my promotions were like meaningless, were just like a slight title change but no compensation but more responsibilities. So I eventually just got like tired of it, and I eventually wanted to work in the full on like chemistry field and get out of youth work, even though like it, as sad as it is, I used to really love working with youth and making the difference in kids' life, but eventually just became not worth it, and I want to do other things in my life. So it's kind of given me a gap to really try like full like give more time to streaming. I don't like using the word full time because I'm not there yet, and even though as much as I love to, it's just not exactly where I'm in. It's been this long because I do a lot of helping out my parents and doing like various like tasks for them. We are actually thinking about like starting up like a sticker business. My dad's bought like a bunch of printers and cutters to do that on a like large and industrial scale. And I know like graphics and Photoshop works where he wants me to help out with that. So there's maybe where my life could go on. I kind of like most of my life I've kind of like sailed by like the seat of my pants and just let things happen and open doors open when they open. And that's kind of opened it up, and especially with like my connections with Twitch and other and people, and I think like getting if they would want like stickers of their emotes made, etc., would be an avenue I'd like to go down. But um eventually I am gonna like I think work for a lab. I'm getting LASIK surgery in the next month, so once I'm kind of recovered from that, I think I'm gonna be streaming less. I still love streaming and like interacting with my community, but I don't think it'll be more at like the late night hours rather than the daytime chatters, which it's fine. I just like the flexibility, and what really like drove me to the like decision is I had money save up. I live very like frugally. I cook my own meals, etc. Like I had all my bills paid for. I've owned my house since sophomore year, and I saw most of my expenses are really little. It only because of my like unique circumstances, the only reason why it's like slightly viable. And also shout out Raid Shadow Legends. They put the food on the table most months, so shout out them.
Yeah,
Um,
it's interesting how like streaming lucrativity or whatever the word is works. It's like it's so I don't know. I don't even know what the factors are that really help a streamer. Like, without saying names of any streamers in this little scenario, I mean, you'll have a streamer that pulls 200 viewers that's probably making 8 grand a month, 10 grand a month, and then you'll have a person that's averaging maybe even more viewers than that, and they're not even making $800 a month. And it's like there's just like certain factors. I don't know all of them. I could just kind of like hypothesize what makes streaming more lucrative for some creators or not, but it is interesting. And I used to think before I ever started streaming, like, oh, like, you just see a streamer that's at this viewer range or whatever. It's like, oh, you will, in this sort of range, make about this much money. But that's not exactly how it goes. There's just so many other factors to it. So,
yeah, no, I'd say there's definitely like a huge range, and it's really just your audience and how generous they want to be. And shout out the people that are extremely generous on Twitch.
yeah, for real. I wanted to ask you actually about LASIK because I've considered getting LASIK, but I haven't.
How bad are your eyes?
They're pretty
Do you have, like-
bad. Like the thing is, so what I worry about LASIK, and I haven't done really much research, but like my eyes, I got a certain prescription that worked very well when I was like 21 or something, and I use contacts, and I'm not the best with my contacts. I'm not like the most healthy person, like, oh, take them out every time I sleep and clean them every time. I'm just like the average person. I'll keep them in my eyes for days at a time, you know.
Yeah.
So not the greatest eye health, but at the same time, I don't think that's been the leading cause, because like if my eyes were ever irritated, I would do something about it. I've never had any eye pain or irritation, but I don't think this has led to further eye worsening, like just vision wise. But basically, when I was 25 last year, I had to get a new prescription, and it was like way off. Like the doctor was like, you were not being like, I don't even think I could have like legally driven a vehicle because my eyesight got so much worse. And this is with the contact prescription I already had like just 4 years prior. And so my eyes shifted so dramatically. And now I've had this prescription for a year. And when I walk outside, when I first got the prescription, I mean, leaves out in the distance, I could see like the individual shapes of like leaves and like signs really far away. It's already kind of gotten a lot worse. Like I can barely read signs far away again. And it's only been a year. So I wonder, does it have to be adjusted? Like what I've heard is like LASIK only lasts for like so many years, and you need to get like a resurgery done if your eyes shift. And anyway, kind of went on a long tangent there.
I know when I was getting so I like started this process I think like a month ago. And basically the candidate to doing it is like your prescription stays pretty consistent, so you don't need to like have that they want your prescription to be consistent, so you have a less likelihood of needing that as additional surgeries. I know. So with lasting forever, I know they had my specific optometrist had like a nine, I think it was like 93% chance that you won't ever need anything. The only said they think you'll need eventually when you're older is like reading glasses, just because that's just a natural process of the eyes probably to need reading glasses when you're older. But if you do need a correction afterwards, at least for my optometrist, once you get the initial surgery, it's like warranted for like 2 years if you need any extra correction. Then after that, it's only like 600 per eye, I think, if it needs corrected afterwards.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, not. I mean, really, once you consider what you probably spend on contacts a year, it really pays for yourself. And like, I'll just say, like, I think they quoted the whole surgery, everything in recovery. The only thing that wasn't included in this price was like the eye drops you need after the surgery, and it's 4,300 for both eyes. So.
Damn.
And I think like after so long, it really pays for yourself. And
that's without insurance, right? Like, because it's not an insurance thing.
yeah, really, insurance doesn't cover much, or if anything, because it's like an elective surgery.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've worn glasses since the first grade, and I started wearing contacts in the sixth grade. So it's just like I'm done with them. I've been out of contacts since for like 6 months, and I was like, I've been wearing glasses, so I'm like, I think I'm just I'm gonna go for I'm gonna see what the process is. So, and I'll get the final green light on May 5th if I'm actually able to like get the surgery. But otherwise, I'm really hoping it's good. The surgery seems a little scary.
Because they're dealing with your fucking eyes.
Yeah, because like she says, the first laser like basically like opens up your cornea, and like they create like a flap that they flip open. She's like, at that point you're probably gonna be seeing gray and black for like a minute. Then they come with the second laser that actually like does the correction. Then she said they'll be good, and they'll like lay the flap down, and then they're like, that's good. And then I was like, okay, like my vision going gray black for like a minute sounds like
terrifying.
Scary, but
sounds claustrophobic. That shit scares me. But I know the success rate and just the percentage of like failed surgeries is probably so low that like you're good. I don't know. My
Yeah,
mom's gotten LASIK. She
I've
loves it.
everybody I've talked to who's gotten it said it's like the best decision they've ever made. And then like now that my prescription pretty much stays consistent throughout year per year, I was like, it's time. Like in the like cost over like the cost benefit over the like 40s the rest of my life are I think worth it. Being able to
Yeah,
experience like I mean, you're not supposed to do this contact, but everybody always does like sleep with them. But being able to like lay in bed and like watch TV and just watch it till you fall asleep is like
that sounds amazing. Yeah.
without correction and all that would be like amazing. It'll be like an eye like a whole different experience. I think even different than contacts because this has been like a part of my life for majority of it is some sort of correction.
Yeah, that actually sounds amazing. I bought 2 years worth of contacts, so by next year, April, so literally a year from now, I will actually probably consider getting LASIK because I don't really want to just keep buying contacts.
Yeah, no, they're not cheap at all.
Yeah.
There's surprise people are mostly like surprised how expensive they are.
All right. Do you have any other questions you see on that name group?
Um, I think um do you see yourself trying to join any of the streaming orgs popping up, maybe moving in with other streamers? I've always thought like a stream organization would be cool, just kind of like network people to I guess like grow. I've been always not been a fan of like leeching though and clout chasing. I think that's where I find that like super cringe with Twitch sometimes is people just kind of like clout chase and like that's all they plan to do when they're watching somebody. But like if I'm watching somebody, it's because I like genuinely enjoyed their content rather than like what they could offer me. So I definitely wouldn't want to do that, but I think like having a team of people like who have like similar like wants and like viewers, because especially if you're in like different time slots and always like snowballing that viewership, because especially in the RS category, once you're like averaging so much, it kind of like you can't go down. It only like you're so up in the like viewership in the category where you're not gonna it snowballs like people more you just get more clicks. It's a snowball effect. So I think like maybe that would like a benefit of a stream org would be kind of cool, but I don't know, I kind of like also like doing my own thing at the same time.
Yeah.
And
I
yeah,
was
go ahead.
I was just gonna add like like stream teams are awesome, but I get really skeptical with stream organizations. I get
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
just I think it's just because of the things that I've experienced in my life. Like I did summer sales and stuff like that, and these sort of like weird like teams, and they try to like I don't know. It's weird. I don't like being in a contract with like a team that I don't really know well. I don't really know what their expectations are. They kind of just do whatever the fuck they want. Then they expect you to do all this shit, and like it's just like I just want to do my own thing. Like this is kind of the reason why I mean, not the reason, the main reason I wanted to start streaming, but streaming is amazing because you're your own boss. And then as soon as you like sign a contract, you know, with this organization, it's like, well, now you're back to like you're having a boss tell you what to do like all the time. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like sometimes I don't see like when Method came into old Screw RuneScape, they like came in, signed a bunch of people and signed out, like or then dropped them because it wasn't worth their time. I don't think I wouldn't want to do something like that. Other than if a stream team could like if it was only based on what they like bring me and like sponsorships and they like take a cut off of it, then I think I'd be cool with that just because if they like brought that opportunity to me, I think that would be cool. But otherwise, I don't see what like a lot of benefits other than me just like forking out cash.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Um,
just my skepticalness. All right. You got
yeah.
one more?
Uh, um, I don't think any more than that. I wanted to check my notes, see if there's something I wanted to ask you. So, how do you balance things that you want to do like in game versus things that are like streamable or like more interesting to stream?
I don't know. I think I'm in a good position. Like, I think I'm just kind of lucky in a way where I'm not in the same position as most people. Like, I have a pretty progressed account. And so pretty much anything I do is kind of unique in a way. Like, not many people are doing the content I'm doing at, like, the stage I'm at, I guess. Like, for example, Nightmare. I mean, I was going for one specific item, and like clues, I do clues, but I have like a super long-term goal, which is exciting. It's not just, I think I would have a really hard time and a struggle if I were to be like a remake Andy and I'm in the middle game nonstop. Just kind of like, okay, like a lot of people kind of are going through this. Like a lot of people play mid-level accounts. How can I spice things up and not be like the exact same fucking thing as everyone else is doing? So I don't think it's ever really been that big of a problem. When I was maxing, I actually had a problem, but that was like 2.5 years ago when I was finishing up maxing. And yeah, I like saw a dramatic viewer drop because I'm just skilling and stuff. But I feel like nowadays I can kind of just do whatever. And it's not that big of a problem. I choose to do the things that are the most like engaging to my stream. So like I like doing clues. I like doing the next hottest PVM thing like next or whatever. And I try not to do anything like, I don't know. I don't really do much skilling on stream, like especially like bank standing skilling. I think those are the only things I try to like stay away from. But I mean, I enjoy skilling. I'm gonna do a lot of sepulcher streams. I love rune crafting streams and stuff. But yeah, don't really deal with that.
Okay. With the Ironman meta changing from where you started versus now, do you like the changes that how Ironman has like changed throughout the lifespan of old school RuneScape?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I kind of see it as a chart that has this big wave in the middle where I stopped really enjoying the road that Iron Man was going down. Like initially, like I kind of like the super old version of Iron Man. Like I'm talking like late 2014 where like wyverns were the meta to kill and grind out your 99 prayer and your 99 rune crafting with the noted essence drops. Like there's something like very nostalgic about that kind of stuff. And then it ended up being like they overcompensated by making crazy bosses like Zulrah and Vorkath that I just wasn't a huge fan of, and just shitting out resources and random PVM encounters. Wasn't a big fan of that, but I think now they're toning it back and bringing it to a place where I like, where they're revamping skilling, they're making it great, and they're not just making weird changes, they're making like nice changes that fit the game. Like look at the rune crafting update, just fantastic. That one's the biggest one, of course, and there's been a lot of others, but I think they're the JMod team, and I've said this a bajillion times, but the JMods that we have right now is like we have the best team that we've ever had in old school, and they really care about the game, and they just I feel like I can trust them. Like I don't know, for the most part. So I feel like the game's in a good position right now, and it's heading towards the direction I like personally.
Okay. Then with the segue of that, what do you think your thought on like the trend of like skilling mini games coming? Like as far as like Winter Todd to like Temperos, and now we got what some people call Tempo Runes or Runecraft Todd.
Yep. So I think Winter Todd was bad simply because it just dominated the meta way too much, which is, I mean, it's fire making. There wasn't like, does anybody really want to make lines of fires? I mean, it's still respectable and it's nostalgic, but like, I think what they could have done with Winter Todd is not made it so crazy rewarding initially, and like just, I don't know. But moving on from Winter Todd, I don't really know. It's whatever now. But Temperos did fantastic. And so did Guardians of the Rift, except that I think Guardians of the Rift is a bit too high of XP per hour. And
Really?
some Iron Men agree with me. Most high-level Iron Men agree with that. It is too high of XP per hour, just slightly. It could be toned down to about like 55k max or maybe 50k max, because it's just really fucking good. And again, this is balancing for Iron Men, because it would have been fine. Like the XP rates would have been fine, as they are, but we were under the impression you needed pure essence to use it. But now that you don't need anything to start, it's just like it is EHP rate. Like that is literally the new EHP method, which I'm not a huge fan of because then the minigame becomes the skill, which it kind of now is. At least with rune crafting, though, there's other profitable methods that are slower, but you're getting things that actually have use. So I'm not going to make a big deal about it, but yes, personally, I think the XP rates need to be dropped a bit. And that's just... But yeah, I really am excited for the Giants Foundry. I've actually been known to be a hater of mini games in this game, like making mini gamescape, and I am, like I just said, against the mini game becoming the meta, but I love the fact that it supports the entire skill. Temperos nailed it. The Guardians of the Rift with the outfit and the sack and all that shit, it's just cool. And so I think these mini games with those things in mind, making the whole skill better, is a great road to go down, as long as the mini game doesn't dominate. And Temperos is like perfection. I would say Guardians of the Rift is more fun, but Temperos, like rates wise and balance wise, is fucking awesome.
I love Tempe. I love doing solo Tempe. Was one of my like favorite things to do. It's just so good. It's especially when you can kind of craft your own meta and like how to get the most points versus like XP. Temperos did like I think very well. I don't really like it in mass, but like I could do it solo all day. And but I don't know. I think I would almost want the mini game for Guardians of the Rift to be like higher XP, especially now that like the delay on crafting runes is gone. I don't know. I don't think like for me if it needed pure essence that'd make any difference to me, because I mean pure essence gets crapped out like no other. But I guess on like early Iron Man it wouldn't make doing rune crafting so bad, but I guess I'm like more of like my benefit. It wouldn't make a difference for me. I've got plenty.
Well, I've just heard things like, I mean, because it's not just whatever people are getting. I mean, I hear people getting like 65k XP an hour, which isn't crazy. But then you also add in the mining XP and the crafting XP, and people are now like blowing glass and cutting gems and shit in between it. So yeah, like these are sweaty methods that not everyone's doing. But the fact that like the effective rate of RC is just super high actually, and there's ways to make it even higher, kind of bothers me, because it's not just I mean, that is like the definition of what lava rune crafting should be, like super high XP, but you don't really get much from it. But like with Guardians of the Rift, like you're making fucking bank, you get all these rewards, you get all these pearls, you get all this other shit, and then on top of it, it is the best XP in the game. Like it actually is for Iron Man. Like it's EHP, like it's higher than anything else, even ZMI. I think ZMI like maybe competes with it barely, like they're like tied, but then again I think, oh well, why am I so obsessed with one of these other methods being better? And I think it just comes down to balance. Like I kind of want every method to kind of have its own little niche. And I think just Guardians of the Rift could be just toned down just a little bit, like 10% XP, but again, that's just me at the high level thinking about it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the last question I had for you is, what do you do off stream? What's your life when you in that button?
I masturbate.
You're not playing RuneScape.
No, like real talk. Recently, like especially this year and over the past couple of years, past a year and a half probably, I've been trying to focus on my health and focusing on things I actually want in life instead of looking at everything like in the moment, which is honestly, I think one thing I actually do pretty well, if I do say so myself, is just living in the moment. I really enjoy my life when I just take in what all I have right now. And I'm not like just constantly like, oh, whenever this thing happens, I'm going to be happy. Or when this thing happens, I'm going to be happy. It's like I can just enjoy the moment, which is nice. But I also want a nice future as well, which includes just having a functioning, healthy body and just, I don't know, having a nice relationship as well, and whenever that happens. So kind of things that I look forward to. And so in my everyday life, I mean, I don't have many friends around here, but I'm trying to work on my stream, working on my YouTube, doing all that. And then I like to exercise here and there, and I'm trying to get back into like a workout routine. And yeah, I don't know. I live a pretty boring life when I like really try to think about it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess a lot of it is just really focused on my content creation, but I have plans for the future. But yeah, the average day of mine's pretty basic, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, and people don't realize like the amount of time like just doing like simple things for content creation take like off stream just like
Yeah.
easily hours invested for just some little thing that you're doing, which may not amount to much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I'll ask you. I'll have two questions. Well, one question and then the shout outs, of course. I'm going to ask for 3 shout outs from you. But my question is, where do you see yourself and where do you want to see yourself in 5 years from now?
Where do I see myself at like the current moment?
Yeah, I guess just 5 years from now, like 2027.
Okay.
Where would you like to be, or where do you see yourself?
Um,
I guess where would you like to be? That's a better,
I
more
think
optimistic.
getting into doing like maybe not 5 years now, but maybe sooner rather than later. Getting into what Ron Plays Games used to do as far as like RuneScape Jeopardy and like game shows with that, and like getting that into like RuneScape again and restarting up that kind of content, I think would be like something that I really would like to do. Because I think like this RuneScape game knowledge is really cool, and just some like nuanced things that you can do with RuneScape, and just really transforming it beyond just like playing the game, and maybe try to like make it more like just chatting and kind of like game shows. I think like Raj Patel, who also goes as like the Austin show now.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like an inspiration on like doing game shows and transitioning to like more like just chatting and just doing like interesting and nuanced things. Maybe like something like, I mean, Ron has done it before, but picking up and continuing it.
That's awesome.
Um, then like 5 years, man, I don't. 5 years is such a distance. I would hope to have. I don't know. I think maybe be married with kids. We'll see if the situation puts me. That put me at just under 30, or right at 30. So I don't know. I think I like in general just want to like pursue happiness, and like if something's not like making me happy in my life, I have the mantra not just to like eliminate that, and I just wouldn't want to continue that into my 30s, and just have like nice things for my life. Really get good, like better at like woodworking and getting into that more, and maybe like flipping houses.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's awesome that like your purpose is to be happy. I think that's just the best. And whatever that takes, there's no specific thing. And the other cool thing about life is like your preferences change about stuff, like your desires and your what you thought was important in life in your early 20s probably changes inevitably. So,
Oh yeah, everywhere.
yeah. All right. Well, you know what it's going to be? I'm going to now ask you for 3 shout outs. Doesn't have to be the top 3, just 3 people you think deserve it in the OSRS community.
Um, I would like to shout out Lane. She's been a real help and inspiration, and like continuing on to stream. Uh, Swing KBK has been a real inspiration on like what it means to be like good like chatting streamer and keeping a good community, and just surrounding yourself with good people. Then my third shout out would be I mentioned his name a lot, but Mick Dilk. I think he he's really helped me out in his community, and I really don't think gets enough credit for all the things he does for everybody, and the joy he brings on people's faces around him.
That's awesome. Yeah, 3 legends. Well, PSacz, it has nearly been 5 hours. This is like pushing like T-Papa cast limits again. It's crazy because for so long I had this cap of the podcast could only be 4 hours because my hosting service only provided that much memory. But now I think it's unlimited. They don't actually say a cap anymore. That changed several months ago, but it's cool having these long conversations. I wonder, for those listening, how you guys like these like super, super long ones. I mentioned something about the intimidation factor with like 5-hour casts. It's a little intimidating even clicking on it because you're like, oh God, it's pretty long. And I think the 2-3 hours is really nice. But I'd love to hear what you guys think. PSacz, gonna have your Twitch link, Twitter link. Do you have a YouTube?
No YouTube, maybe in the future.
All right. Well, we'll have your Twitch and your Twitter. Do you have any other links you'd like me to provide?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, guys, go drop PSacz a follow on Twitch for me, and go show him some love on Twitter as well. Just give him a little follow there as well. And yeah, PSacz, that was it's been nice talking. Time flew by. Like,
Yeah, it was,
almost
it was a great
5 hours
time.
sitting here. It's just crazy.
Thank you for having me. It was great to talk RuneScape about somebody who's so passionate about the game.
My pleasure, dude. For real. It's been nice. So, guys, thank you for listening. If you want to support the Sae Bae cast for $2 a month, down in the description there's a Patreon link. You get your name on the title screen and some other perks at the higher tiers. But that's it for me. So next week we're having Ignoble Solid on the cast for episode 69. And then the following week we're having Prison Joe on. And then I'll just say we got some surprise guests for May. And I think you guys will be looking forward to those. But I'm not going to leak them quite yet. So anyway, thank you guys for listening. And we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.